Welcome everyone, welcome to our conference on AI, Utopia and Dystopia, how artificial intelligence and games are shaping futures. I think this title very much on point describes how I personally feel when thinking about artificial intelligence. Does AI affect my job and everyday life as a gaming host in a positive or in a negative way? How will my future look like? Will I be able to stay here on stage, or will an AI avatar take my place next year? I don't know, maybe these are also questions that are in your head. So today the Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur in cooperation with GamesGround invites you to deep dive into the fascinating world of artificial intelligence and gaming. We will explore how AI is not only shaping the games we play, but also influencing our society. So yeah, let's get ready for plenty of insights, for live Let's Plays, and also discussions from experts across different fields. It's a very exciting day today that we're heading to here at the GamesGround X Machinas stage. Yeah, before we start, let's hear some welcome words, some warm welcome words from Nandita Wegehaupt, Managing Director at Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur. A warm welcome applause, please.
Dear guests, dear speakers, dear Felix, dear Amanda, dear everyone who's joining us today in person or online. What if I told you that there will be a day where the AI in your favorite game will know you better than your best friend? How does this make you feel? Maybe a little bit uneasy? Maybe also pretty excited? Well, this is the reason why we chose the topic today, because AI is full of facts and really interesting developments, but it's also full of feelings and full of guesses. So today we talk about AI, Utopia and Dystopia, and we'll hear how artificial intelligence and games are shaping our futures. Welcome to our conference. We've got an exciting day ahead of us. The games industry always is on the cutting edge. And games test out new technologies and bring them to life for millions of people. What feels like science fiction is often already real in games. This is amazing, and of course it raises a ton of questions, and today we want to dig into these questions. How does AI change how we play, how we tell stories, and how we make games? And most importantly, what does it mean for us? Not just as gamers, but also as a society. Our program is packed with great topics and talks. We start with 2 keynotes, and we learn how AI in games has evolved. One keynote looks back in time, and the other one will show us what is happening today. We'll hear how AI has grown since the early days of gaming, and we'll see what exciting ways studios are taking today and using AI. And then we'll have a look what is happening in the legal world, and we'll have a look at some legal stuff around AI and copyright, a really hot topic for everyone who's working in the creative world right now. After lunch, our fantastic panel will discuss opportunities and risks on AI in gaming culture. The talk is about diversity, questions around youth protection, and we dive into the role of AI and what it can play in shaping our culture and ethics around games. In the afternoon, we'll get hands-on. 3 Let's Plays are taking us through different visions of the future. Cyberpunk 2077 is a dark and dystopian approach, exploring our hopes and fears around technology. Tacoma, on the other hand, shows us a more positive picture of human-machine teamwork in science fiction. And finally, Uncover the Smoking Gun shows us how AI can actually be part of gaming mechanics, adapting dynamically to players' choices. Our amazing lineup of speakers will make sure we get plenty of diverse insights today, with guests from German and international game studios, from politics, from people of arts and culture here on the Ecke stage. On behalf of the Foundation, I want to say a big thank you to the Medienboard Berlin-Brandenburg and to you, Amanda, for supporting the conference today. And a huge thank you to the Games Ground Festival for hosting us today. This is really wonderful, we appreciate that. And a very special thank you to our two conference leaders, Marlina Riedl and Melanie Fussenegger, for putting together this wonderful program. And for the extraordinary team of the Foundation for making this happen today. So let's jump into AI, utopias and dystopias. I'll hand over to you, Amanda, and I wish you all a wonderful day with us, and thank you for coming.
Hello everyone. Medienboard Berlin-Brandenburg has supported the conference of the Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur for many years. And we're delighted to see that for the first time it will take place as part of Games Ground Berlin. The stage at the largest games event in Berlin is the best place for the conference, as the community is already here. Today's topic, AI, Utopia and Dystopia, will explore the potential opportunities and challenges of using artificial intelligence, both in the game sector and society as a whole. AI is becoming more and more relevant in our funding as well. We are seeing an increasing number of applications in the game sector that deal with AI. They either treat AI thematically or make greater use of AI tools in development and production. The conference will address both the use in AI in game development and in the stories that the games tell about. As a pioneer of technological development and pop culture trends, digital gaming culture makes many developments relating to artificial intelligence visible in a special way, in its creative processes, its gaming experiences, and the stories it tells. We are glad to have funded numerous outstanding games in the capital region and continue to do so. Please have a look at the awesome funded titles that are currently in development or already successfully released. we are very happy about the Foundation's valuable work, as for years it has provided the industry, politics and gamers with important guidance on games in the context of technological, economic, social and political developments. Many thanks to the entire team under the new leadership of Nandita Bekerhaupt. We look forward to exciting input and lively discussions at the conference today and to 3 days of gaming, business and community fun at GameStrong Berlin. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Felix Falk. I'm Managing Director of GAME, the German Games Industry Association. I think you will agree that AI is one of the most interesting topics of the past time, and there are only two things concerning all the conferences and panels, and everywhere you go you see something around AI, and there are two things that are a little funny or annoying for me concerning these. One is too many speeches start with something where the speaker actually tells people as a joke afterwards that the beginning of the speech was created with AI. So don't do this. There's no fun any longer. And the second one is there are too many conferences staying on the surface and where you spend time and don't really get something out of it. And I'm really confident that these two things won't happen, at least the second one won't happen. Let's see what concerning the first one. But the second one, I'm pretty sure it's not, because of two things. One is the Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur is doing this, so and the expertise is there, and if you see the program, it will be an exciting day. And second, and even more important, we are talking about the games industry. So this is something where, when I was talking to our members, we have 500 members, many of them have worked with machine learning, AI for many years, and sometimes some developers don't really understand where this hype comes from in the moment concerning the fact that the games industry is working for so many years with all of these technologies. And what I say is we are not so good in telling people what we do, and many people don't know what great inventions, concepts, technologies the games industry has. So I think this conference also is a part of not only getting to know things in the games industry and learning more, but also to show what we already can show and what we already have discovered in knowledge and experience for many years. Of course, new developments like large language models also push the inventions in the games industry, so we see many areas where the developers and companies are going even further in the development, and I think it's important for us that we actively talk about those things, also around the challenges and the potentials. And we had in our association many different formats where we had these discussions also on challenges, but I'm really happy to see that we as games industry, and this is a difference I think when I see other industry, how they discuss the use of AI and the challenges and potentials. I really like the fact that we have a positive approach and we see rather the potential than the challenges. It's important to talk about the challenges, but just concerning the discussion as where we see that people are afraid of losing their jobs, for example, or they say, okay, will my role be needed, or just there will be an AI doing it. I really like to see that in the games industry people say, okay, if it makes me quicker and more able to focus on things AI can't do, I rather save the time and develop my game quicker or make it even better. So a positive approach concerning this technology, and I think that's healthy. In the end, I think there are three things which are good to do. First is let's keep the positive vibe around AI. Second, let's tell others what we already do. and learn more. And third, let's stay bold on our ambition to have a positive impact with gaming, not only on the games culture, the games technologies, but also looking into other industries and see what we can do for them. And if we follow those three steps, then also we as an association are able to do our job and to make politics and other people understand that it's a great potential to make Germany an even better place for the development of games, or development of those technologies, and to create a strong framework in order to be able for us to be able to be a strong and more competitive games industry in Germany. So I think this goes together really well, and I'm looking forward to the day today, seeing all these interesting topics and speakers and panels. Let me say thank you to the Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur, Anita and the whole team, and also to Medienbord Berlin-Brandenburg. I think that's a great fit, and let's start into this exciting day of fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your warm welcome words. Yeah, let's start into the day. That's correct. Yeah, to kick things off, we have Ulrike Küchler with us. She's CEO and founder of Gamebook Studio, and she's here to dive into AI and game development. She's so ready. All right. Yeah. Let me introduce you. She will explore AI's current role in games. She will share some fascinating industry examples and also set the stage for our discussions throughout the day. So let's get ready for an engaging start, yeah? Are you ready, guys? Are you ready?
Thank you for the warm welcome and for the introduction and invite to open today's conference on AI, Utopia and Dystopia, how artificial intelligence and games are shaping futures, with a talk on AI in game development now, as opposed to then. We are taking a look in the second talk. I'm Ulrike Küchler, I'm CEO and co-founder of Gamebook Studio. I'm also teaching a class on transmedia storytelling at NYU, and I'm mentioning this because I want to start with a small anecdote. I've been teaching this week, and related to what Nandita said initially, AI is starting to know us so well. One of my students mentioned throughout class while we were experimenting with AI that she is using AI, ChatGPT, that is to ask for horoscopes, for advice regularly, and has the feeling that ChatGPT by now knows her so well, it's like her best friend. That got me thinking, and I wanted to use that as a start. This anecdote is not coming from AI, by the way. So about today, this is hard to see, but I also have this. So what have I planned? I want to take a look together at current real-life applications of AI in game development. And my goals are to explore together the current role that AI has in gaming. Secondly, to take a look at industry examples and case studies, to also take a look at industry voices, different perspectives on AI, especially in the context of Utopia and Dystopia, goals we are taking today, and ultimately also share key learnings on AI usage in game development, also from my own experience and practice with our team. So, thinking of that student of mine, I wanted to take a look first and foremost, like how are technological inventions such as AI usually received. And I took a look back to get a bit of understanding here, and what's really interesting to see is such technological inventions, such as also the movie over 130 years back, can be a pretty emotional affair. Here you're seeing one of the first ever movies that has been shown to the public. Probably many of you know it. It's by the brothers Lumiere of 1896, and it shows the steam engine train. Nothing unusual for us today, but back back then, the story goes, people were running out of cinemas because they thought the train was basically running at them. And they were full of fear, and part of it is that now discovered as an urban myth, but nonetheless, it shows the emotional reaction that technological inventions such as this can bring. It can also be fun and challenge creative boundaries. That's a second example here from back then, before I go to the present. This is a famous movie, Trip to the Moon by Georges Méliès, that basically revolutionized the very early usage of editing and special effects. Now, let's move on to the present. What happens since then? So when we look at technological inventions such as AI until today, most inventions that we see actually begin with fruit flies. We have better sleep thanks to fruit flies. We can travel to space. What Elon Musk is doing is thanks to fruit flies, and also we live longer lives thanks to fruit flies. Now it's a different story when we look at AI. All the key pillars in AI invention, such as AI-based decision-making, AI-based self-learning, AI-based generative content, are all thanks to games. And today, I would like to take a look together at the AI landscape in game development. How it's distributed, what are maybe challenges, what are solutions that are used across the board, what are examples internationally in the game sector. And to get us started, I came across a very interesting chart taking a look at the different creative industries offered by Andreessen Horowitz 2 years ago, that already took a look at the landscape of creative industries, stating that of all entertainment, games will be most impacted by generative AI. And we can see this pretty well here. Books are actually on the lower left, with the least complexity and also the least real-time experience. But games with the largest part on both ends in terms of complexity and real-time offer the most opportunity here for generative AI. Two examples you can also see on the lower part here. Red Dead Redemption 2 is one example of them. It's one of the most expensive games ever made. $500 million in production cost, 8 years in production time, and a whopping 30 square miles of universe that have been created. This would not have been possible without the support of AI. And the second example you see left to it, the Microsoft Flight Simulator, which actually has up to 200 square miles of world to be explored, also made heavy usage of AI in the creation of this world. Moving forward and taking a look at a couple of industry voices when it comes to the evaluation of AI in games development. This is on the one hand side, I would call it a story of hope. So there are certain key areas where we can see the potential of AI. By the way, that little guy on the left-hand side is Kismet, the first emotionally responding robot that was invented at MIT 30 years ago. So the first area when it comes to AI in game development, where hope, focus, and where a lot of potential is being seen, is enhanced creativity and gameplay experiences. As Jade Raymond states, AI could be our best tool yet to amplify creativity, giving developers new ways to tell stories and create worlds that respond uniquely to each player. The second area is, of course, that's all over the media, continuously streamlined development and cost savings. The beauty of AI is that it can handle the tedious, the repetitive aspects of game development, which lets developers focus on the parts that matter most, the creative parts, design, story, innovation, says Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games. And lastly, another topic, this is no exhaustive list, by the way, it's picking some of the key pillars, is of course personalized player experiences. One of the most exciting things of AI is its potential to create personalized, adaptive experiences that evolve based on the player's actions and preferences that we have, says Gabe Newell, co-founder of Valve. But there's also a flip side to it. We are talking about utopias and dystopias. So there's also a lot of fears, and also well-founded fears, as the conversation and development, especially in the past 2 years, are sharing. First of all, loss of originality and AI over-reliance. There's fear that we rely too much on AI and lose the personality of games, the special character, the development of new formats, because AI can generate content, but it will have the same soul. Will it have the same soul as that what is crafted by a human, asks Hideo Kojima. Then a second very crucial topic I find, and also I've seen in many experiments myself, is the topic of bias and discrimination. If AI is not properly trained, and we have seen that in examples that I will show later on, and monitored, then it can perpetuate biases, cultural biases, ethical biases, character representation, gameplay, even rewarding players based on biases. And this is something that we have to manage in games production. And last but not least, a third pillar out of many more, the topic of job loss, that obviously is a big concern in the industry. There's a big shift away, where AI is starting to replace, especially entry-level positions, a real fear that AI could replace some of the creative jobs in our industry, especially for people just starting out, says Amy Hennig, video game director, in a VentureBeat interview. So that being said, it's also important to note, I'm not talking about the past, but I want to state that here because it's, I think, important to consider, and I know Stefan Hüttgen later on will dive much deeper into the then part. AI in games has a long history. Basically, as long as video games exist, there's also AI usage in games. Just to mention a couple of examples, you've seen the Pac-Man example before that uses AI to navigate the personality of the 4 ghosts in the game. Then, Legend of Zelda, which is using AI for enemy behavior management from its first installments in the 80s. And in the middle you see a screenshot from Doom, which is actually not from the actual game, but from a Google Research Lab experiment that happened this year, and is fully AI generated without any line of code, just to also show the span of opportunities here. Now, backing this up with some numbers, who is using AI in game development today? It's a huge market in and of itself already. Expectation is that by 2032, the size will be 25 billion US dollars, and it's also showing considerable annual growth at 14.9%. What is interesting is while AI is used across all the different genres in game development, action and adventure games are standing out. With 64.9%, of course, both genres lend itself due to narrative complexity, its expansion, and play concepts. There's 87 studios who today are using generative AI, so that number is steadily growing. And just to give also one number from experience, from one particular area, it's possible when it comes to things like speeding up production and saving costs, for instance, in the area of translation, to save 90% of the effort. But I also would like to emphasize, I do not see AI as a magic bullet. I see it as a tool, and a tool that has an impact on our pipelines, on the people in our industry, on the products, on the games that we are creating. And I would like to point our attention to the different areas of impact, because most often we talk about the game side itself, the game concept, or maybe topics like the influence on the job market, but it's actually a pretty vast cycle of influence areas that AI has in games. And probably there's even more than you can see here, but just to name a few, aside from the influence on, for instance, player interaction with the game, on the gameplay itself, the development side of things, there is influence on publishing strategies and marketing approaches. There is, of course, usage in BI and data. There's an educational aspect to it. I think like the whole area of AI literacy is only about to starting to emerge, teaching and learning how we are integrating AI usage into our pipelines, into our workflows. There's a legal aspect of it, which we will hear more about today as well. Then the job market that is changing, the cultural aspect of it, how are we communicating with AI, about AI. The environmental aspect also is something that I want to emphasize, because the processing power that is needed to make games like the Flight Simulator happen is so vast that we need to develop in parallel to all the opportunities that happen in this field, also to talk about solutions, how to manage that for like a climate positive future. And last but not least, also the area of ethics, which here, for instance, the example of Cyberpunk 2077, which also will be a topic later today. Taking just a look at 3 examples, one from different genres, also to show how AI is used across the board. One example for personalization is Candy Crush. I guess everybody knows it or has heard of it. This is using AI for player difficulty management. So you're getting the content that's not over-exhausting yourself, but also not too easy to manage, so you're sticking around. When it comes to content, I found a really interesting example, No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is actually generating, or has the opportunity for you to explore 18 quintillion. I had to look up how many zeros that is, 18 planet variations. So a size that you could never manage in a player life. And then there is a third area that's interesting also from a creative standpoint, from a player agency standpoint, which is NPC interaction. Again, Cyberpunk 2077 is a good example here. How are you engaging with NPCs? There has been an interesting mod released on the game where you can essentially generate NPC interactions in the game that are opening a completely new story possibilities. I'm sure we will hear more about that later on. So, summing it up, on the more general part, before we dive into the use cases, there are like different application areas, and again, not an exhaustive list, but maybe some inspiration where to think towards. Where is AI used today? I have identified 10 areas. It's procedural content generation is an important topic, especially for content-heavy games. Player sentiment analysis, so being able to offer more customized games, more adaptive experiences for the audiences. Cheat detection is a big topic. Then you see also many different more topics out there, from data mining to level generation to testing and debugging. I'm shortening a little here. My clock only shows 15 minutes, but I have been told I have only 5 minutes left. So let's be quick about it and take a look at some case studies that we have from our own experience. Just 2 words on our own studio. At Gamebook, we focus on story-driven episodic gameplay. That means we are very content-heavy when it comes to our production pipelines. We work with IPs and also on our own gameplay. And what does it mean when we approach AI in game development in our own everyday lives? Something that I found crucial in all the processes in building our pipelines is that it's important to always start with the team. The team needs to develop the processes. The team needs to integrate the processes in the workflows. AI needs to add value to the gameplay, to the product we have in mind, and it needs to be sustainable on the long run. And just to show some areas where we are using AI, I find it important to not see AI as a tool that is used in one isolated area in development. but to think about it as a tool that can be used and should also be thought of as something using across the board. So starting with concept development and prototypes through production, testing, publishing, and live operations, and connecting the different areas here, content production, such as character art and dialogue, need to work in sync here so that you don't generate something with AI that on the dialogue side that doesn't fit the visual or the other way around. Then localization is a big topic, marketing or even adaptive difficulty testing we have been using in gameplay that for a training game that we have created, where basically we offered different player paths for different types of players. But it's important to keep in mind AI, at least from my perspective, is always the support act. The creative team needs to have the power to determine how do we use AI, like where can we may add value to the game, for instance, in creating different and offering more emotions, more variations of a key style to the players. So the creative team needs to be in charge. One case study and example I've brought is from the art side of things. For instance, we're using AI to generate different types of emotions in a style that's already existing and created by our art team. And similarly, in the lower part, you see background generation that is also building on an existing style that we have developed where we use the AI, by the way, our own proprietary models, and that is also an aspect I think very important to come up with variations and thus allow us to create more variety. Then a second case study I wanted to share is we also use AI in the area of marketability testing and publishing parts. For instance, we are currently working on a game in the Cluedo universe together with Hasbro, and we have been testing branded content that you see on the left versus non-branded AI-generated content that you're seeing on the right to gain a better understanding of the working of the reception of the IP by the potential audience. And this for us is a very fast and iterative way to offer content and to get insight, market insight from our audiences. And last but not least, a key pillar in our production already for a long time is using AI for localization in up-to-daily pipelines. So we have our own tool pipeline, and there you can essentially set up a language. For instance, I used here French, and in a text-heavy format such as the ones where you saw the examples from, you can then do the translation in less than a minute. Just a quick check on the storyline itself, a quick check if there's already a translation existing. It's not, it's a prime story here, so the only thing that needs to happen is hitting a button and doing the translation. Obviously, we are not leaving it at that. There still needs to be an editor and a quality check and the human touch to it, but it's of tremendous help and also offers an opportunity to share gameplay with a larger audience than otherwise we would be able to. So that being said, I would close it here because I've been told I need to come to an end, and maybe we can discuss the key learnings then afterwards. But I thank you for your attention. And I hope you will have an inspiring day and think about some key learnings that have been helpful to you. And looking forward to all the other presentations.
Thank you so much, Ulrike. We still have a few minutes for a little Q&A session, if you want to. Are there any questions from the audience? Yeah, please.
I would love to show them. If I have the time, then
You do.
You do.
I do. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a good cliffhanger. It's just a couple of of slides, but it's coming against the background that we just looked at. There are some 5 key learnings actually that I brought. The first one relates to player experience and what we've seen as the importance of fitting in what is created by AI with what the audience is already expecting. There is a certain style, there is a certain way characters are talking and using dialogue, and it's really, really easy to break this experience with AI. So this is something that I would advise to be very, very cautious about and to control this. And how we are doing this is we are always thinking game first. It's not AI first. AI is just a tool to create the game and do it in a very iterative way, finding the ways that work best for this particular game you're working on. And the second one is the content quality. That's an obvious one, but here you also see some examples we were happy with and some we were not so much. So there is a lot of, especially when it comes to visual topics, but also on story topics, it's the same. Inconsistencies, segmentation, also I mentioned before, generic and biased content is a topic. So in the beginning, for instance, the AI only showed us white characters, and we had to do a lot of training to bring in diversity here, which especially for this type of game is very, very important for us. So again, solutions for us are to have a creator-led core workflow, and optimize those workflows consistently. There's so much development happening in AI right now, so basically what happened 3 months ago is already outdated. And having cross-functional teams is a big value here, because there's different perspectives from story, from art, from design coming together. On the content production, it's more the challenge of initial cost and also initial expectations. People think AI is super easy and super fast. You just hit a button and it's working. But that's not the case. It's important to build workflows, which needs time investment, and to find out what is fitting the product, what is fitting the studio, while not reinventing the wheel. There might be other solutions out there that are far better than what you're building. So this is why we always try to validate early. We bring in experts, and we try to keep up to speed what's happening on the market. And the last two are content creators, are a big pillar for us as a key learning. So the AI creates a lot of uncertainty and a lot of question marks, and both for creators but also for IP holders. So again, this needs new communication and workflows. This also needs to establish trust. So for instance, we have established a new legal framework for our creators, so they can keep full control of what they're offering into our pipeline, and that they always have a share in what's coming out of that. Using proprietary models and building AI literacy, I also already mentioned. And the last point, on the business case side of things, thinking about where does AI usage actually scale? Is it scalable? What's the legal framework? How can you secure what you also create as a company in the end? There's still much uncertainty here. There is some legal traction that is now happening. We will hear more later about this. But this also needs solutions. So again, here, I always find it helpful to see that solutions we are developing are fitting partnerships, for instance, IP partnerships. It's not for everyone. So keeping that in mind, and while also fitting it with a company focus. These would be the 5 key learnings. Long answer to short question.
Much, Ulrike. So if there's any question that pops in your head, I think you're still staying.
Yes, I am. I'm staying around.
Yeah. You can approach her for more questions. This is your applause.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Our next speaker is Dr. Stefan Hölke. He is visiting professor of media and communication. Studies at the University of Halle, and he is here to walk us through the history of AI and games. He's covering everything from early AI tech and human-computer interaction to the role of AI in classic video console games. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Stefan.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation here to the conference. I will step back some decades in time, let's say for 80 years with my talk. Okay, yeah. At first, I'll give you a short overview. I will speak about the computer theory that led to invent artificial intelligence. Computers and games and AI were born at the same time. Afterwards, I will speak about chess and checkers, or draughts, or what it is called. There are 3 chess computer games invented even without computers existed. And one misunderstanding that led to the first AI, actually AI being programmed. Afterwards, I will go to Pong, and we've seen the Pong screen here some minutes before. Classic 2-player game, one of the first video games ever. And I will tell you about how Pong would recreate it for lonely players. And then beyond, taking a look on the enhancing of the complexity of intelligence in non-player characters for retro computing games or historic computing games. Thinking about AI for games took 2 ways in the beginning. Both of these ways could be found in implementations of computer games. Well, in 1937, Alan Turing invented computers as a theory, as we know and use them today. And he also thought about computer games and AI. You probably heard about his paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, from 1950. It consists of the famous imitation game. You've probably seen the movie Imitation Game, I think 10 years ago, named after this. And it is a guessing game for people and computers. There's one man or woman standing in front of a curtain, and behind this curtain are a machine, a computer machine, and another one, a man or a woman, and the guy or the woman standing in front of the curtain has to ask questions to both of them, where the answers are written to paper and fed back to him. So he had to guess if he's speaking to a computer or to a human. So this is the imitation game, roughly explained. The test is mostly about the trick to make humans think they do not talk to computers, but to humans if they can't see their counterpart in conversation. So for Turing, artificial intelligence was therefore based less on machine skills than on the human inabilities to decide if you talk to a computer or to a human. If a man could not decide if an artificial conversational partner was a machine or a human, then the machine, Turing said, could be considered intelligent enough to fake a human conversational partner. This later on so-called Turing test, named in his honor after Turing's death, stayed as an indicator for artificial intelligence. There's a prize, the Loebner Prize, annually given for the best artificial intelligence machine that can mock a human conversational partner, but I don't think they will do it any longer, since the large language models couldn't be used for this test. They are too perfect in building sentences and doing conversation with humans. In his essay, one detail is often overlooked. Turing placed the following question in a fictive dialogue between a man and the camouflaged machine. And I quote, question, add 34,957 to 70,764. Answer, pause about 30 seconds, and then it's 105,621. You probably recognized the answer to this artificial problem, our arithmetical problem is wrong. The answer has calculated by 100. But why would a computer, a calculating machine, give a wrong answer to a question of his very own domain? Well, there is another last question in the test. I quote again. Do you play chess? Answer, yes. Question, I have my king at e8 and no other pieces on the board. You have only king at e6 and a rook at h1. It is your move, what do you play? Answer, after a pause of 15 seconds, rook from h1 to h8, mate. The answer to this question does not only contain no error, Turing also applies his idea of artificial intelligence to a strategic game. It may be this move from the imitation game to chess calculation that Turing had in mind 3 years later when he published an essay about strategy games where artificial intelligence is crucial to play. In his chapter, Digital Computers Applied to Games from 1953, he thought about board games like chess or checkers. And he implemented a chess engine to search for evaluating the best possible move only on paper. This chess engine later on, called TuroChamp, has been implemented and put as a chess engine for modern chess games, and you can try and play against it. It's quite good for a beginner, but Turing played it on paper with one of his colleagues, and Turing was the computer in this game and wrote down all the moves and all the ideas or all the algorithms he invented for this game. It took quite a long time to even calculate one move, but they did a whole game with this just on paper. Turing was not the only one thinking about chess and computers. In 1928, John von Neumann, who is quite an important figure in the beginning of computing and computer machinery, proved the minimax strategy theorem for games like chess. It's a strategy that helps with decision making and ensures that the player minimizes the possible loss in the worst case of the game. Between 1943 and 1945, the Berlin inventor Konrad Zuse also implemented a chess algorithm only for evaluating legal moves. In his programming language Plankalkül, that has not been implemented until 2000, also, just like Turing, also only on paper. And he wrote it down, and you can probably you can search for it in the Zuse archive here at the Freie Universität Berlin. There's an online Zuse archive. There you can find the drafts written down from Zuse for his Plankalkül programming language and the chess algorithm he thought of. In 1956, Arthur L. Samuelson developed a game of checkers for the IBM 701 mainframe computer. His checkers could not only use von Neumann's aforementioned minimax algorithm and a game tree search algorithm to optimize the computer's game, but also learn while playing against its human opponent. Starting with this game, Samuel became one of the pioneers in machine learning. By the way, he implemented the checkers game because he thought chess had already been implemented by Claude Shannon some years before, but Shannon just published a very influential paper on how to program a chess game for computers, and Samuel misunderstood this and thought, okay, then I'm not doing chess but checkers for a computer. Well, what Samuel also didn't know was an AI experiment with draughts, another name for the checkers game, that happened in 1951 by Christopher Strachey at the National Physical Laboratory on the Pilot Ace computer. And this wasn't only the first computer game that actually implemented artificial intelligence, but also the very first with the video monitor output you can see here on the left side. It's a quite intriguing technology. They used a device for memory, like a RAM device, which worked with the cathode ray, and opened it to see the content of the memory. And they programmed the program, or they implemented a program that did outputs into this memory that could be seen as a checkerboard. So we have two paths of artificial intelligence and computers started into the future. As a human-like opponent that wants to convince it is not a computer on the one side, and as a machine that calculates the very best moves to beat you. We all know the second path led to the famous or infamous Deep Blue Kasparov match in 1996, where the human grandmaster in chess had been defeated for the very first time. And when I heard the talk before about the fruit flies, I thought of a paper I read recently about the history of chess programming from Alexander Reinefeld here from Hamburg University, and he said computer games are the fruit flies for inventing artificial intelligence, so there is probably a connection between fruit flies and artificial intelligence as well. But where the other path, the path of the imitation game, lead? Let's step forward in game history for some decades when computers shrank and the arcade games became domestic. In the second half of the 1970s, computer technology arrived at homes. It was then when gaming became a solitary activity. Most arcade games in the late 70s either were single-player games with no intelligent NPC or two human-player games like Pong. Atari sold one of the first home video games, video game consoles, the Atari VCS. The former big-selling pedal games came bundled with the hardware, and John DeQuire did computer game adaptations for games like Pong, Computer Space, and other Atari TTL arcade machines. And to ensure the games could also be played by single players, an NPC had to be programmed. As you can see here on the left side, this is the original Atari Pong from the arcade machine, only played by two players. And on the right side, this is the Video Olympics implementation of Pong for the Atari VCS. And you can choose a mode where you can play against the computer machine. And this is quite an interesting implementation, one of the first implementation of an NPC ever for a home video game. On the left side there's a human player, and on the right side there's the machine player. And of course it would be easy for the machine to defeat you. It's just a question of time to wait until you don't hit the ball. So you, as a computer programmer, you could also always put the pedal at the same height as the ball, and you wouldn't lose any game. But here, DeQuire thought about that the Pong game should be made fun and not stress the human player too much. So by going back and forth of the ball, there is a slight error added to the position of the computational player, like 5%. And as long as you don't hit the lower or the upper border of the playfield, this error is increased and increased until the computational player can't hit the ball anymore, since the pedal is on another position. But in the moment you hit one of the borders, it's already the computational player will get back to its best location. So to beat the computational player, you have to try to keep the ball on the field and not hit one of the borders. I would call that artificial stupidity, to add an error to an NPC to play against it. A kind of artificial intelligence that is able to err and to fail, to give the human player the impression of fairness. Game balancing has been dealing with this aspect since artificial NPCs appeared in video games. To end this short excursion into history, I will now briefly introduce another game with NPCs that we've seen this before. It's Pac-Man. Pac-Man from Namco, released in 1980 for arcades. you all know the game. Here the player is haunted by 4 ghosts. Every one of them seems to have a different character. Blinky, the red one, chases Pac-Man directly and tireless. Pinky, the pink ghost, is always heading to a location in front of Pac-Man. Like 4 or 5 RAM cells in front of Pac-Man. Which will sooner or later lead to meeting of Pac-Man and him. Inky, the blue one, is moving around the maze with no special aim, and so is Clyde, the orange ghost. While Blinky and Pinky embody the ghost of that kind of artificial intelligence that always tries to beat the human player, Inky and Clyde can be called artificially stupid. Their task is to make sure that you don't feel lonely in the labyrinth. They are the friendly ghost in the machine. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I understood how the ghosts are working. Finally.
Yeah, it's quite more complicated. There are some interviews with the programmer, and the more you go into the game and the more levels you play, there are pauses in between the ghosts hunting you. So the pauses are quite long if you start the game, and they get shorter and shorter and shorter, and you will be stressed even by those 2 ghosts that don't aim at you directly if it comes to a level like 10 or 12.
Yeah, I was always stressed. Yeah, I want to open up the Q&A session if you have any questions for Dr. Höpken. Is there anything you want to know from him? Well, I have a question for you. We've just looked at the past, but I'd like to know your take for the future. So looking ahead, what do you see is the biggest ways AI could change gaming in the future?
Yeah. Those AI technologies I showed up here couldn't be compared with the thing called AI today. There are even some computer scientists that would say that the thing we are calling AI today isn't even AI. Since in the early days there were 2 ways artificial intelligence had been done. The one way was to find out let's say the functions of a thing, how humans did solve the problem by finding an algorithm for it. And it is called symbolic AI, or good old-fashioned AI, as the computer scientists said. And then there, even earlier in the 1920s, the neural networks were invented, this kind of artificial intelligence doesn't ask about how a human would solve the problem, but goes a sub-symbolic way and constructs a network. And you probably know the saying that nobody understands how AI works today. That's not quite right, but it means we can't find the ways how the neural network solved the problem. And when we speak of implementing AI today, and you've seen this in the talk before, we are speaking about sub-symbolic AIs. To implement neural networks for computer games, this is quite an ineffective way, since it's consuming much energy and much time, but as the computers get faster, it obviously will be possible to implement neural network AI in more and more games. So we've seen some examples in the talk before where the way is going with artificial intelligence. I think, as I said in my talk, this connection of artificial intelligence and artificial stupidity will be done by the neural networks in a quite good way. So, as we all know from large language models, they can be quite stupid. Yeah, so that's no problem for them to be a fair gaming partner. If I say please play fair, then it will play fair against me. And if I say play as hard as you can, it will defeat me. I'm not from the game industry, and I'm not from the research of games, of actual games, but from the game history and from kind of epistemological thing, but I see a clear way how this good old-fashioned AIs like did in Pac-Man will be history. Will be history and will be exchanged for artificial intelligence in the modern way. But there is one connection even between this vector computing games and neural network AIs, and this is in research and especially in training artificial AI networks. Some scientists use retro video games to train the models to make them learning playing Pac-Man, and there are even papers of AIs that learn to play Pac-Man, and this could be a chance for computer game research or historical computer game research, since they play hundreds and hundreds of times the same game and find glitches and find ways to make speed runs nobody thought of. So this is a quite interesting way to use modern AI for historical games, but
yeah,
that's the thing I have in mind about that.
Thank you for that, Stefan. Thank you so much. If you have any questions for him, you will be around to answer them and also to get in touch. So if you want to talk to him, he's around here. Thank you so much. This is your applause. Yeah, when talking about AI, I think there's no way around the legal side of the view. And I think the big word here is clear. It's copyright. In the next half an hour, Kai Bunzi and Igor Rudolph, they're both attorneys at Bröhm and Commerce, will take a close look at copyright issues related to creative AI. So please give them a warm welcome applause. Now come to the stage.
Hi everybody, it's great to be here. Thanks for inviting us today. And we're supposed to talk today about the legal issues when using creative AI, and Igor, I guess, will take the lead today.
Yeah. Creative AI, as you all know, can be quite helpful. As you can see here yourself, my skills when it comes to art are close to zero. Drawing, singing, I can do nothing of it.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'm coming here with our little AI buddy, which I obviously created with an AI buddy myself. But we want to talk today about how and if you at all can use your AI buddy when creating games. Or should you? And therefore, first we have to dive a bit into the boring matters, the legal matters, and first talk about what in our games is actually protectable under copyright law, because when we understand that, we have at least a bit knowledge on where we have to have an eye when we're using creative AI. Then we have to talk about what is an adaptation. Why an adaptation? Because I hope for all of you it is clear, if you straight up copy someone else's work, that might be illegal. So we're talking about adaptations here. And then, we are going into the different steps that your AI buddy does to help you or needs to do to help you. And we check whether these steps and measures that your AI buddy does can actually infringe somebody else's copyright. And then in the end, we will talk about, and I hope, I guess you probably know the answer to that, but is the work that your AI buddy creates actually protectable under copyright? So first, we're coming to what is protected under copyright law, and first thing would be the basic game mechanics and the concept. So I don't know, maybe that's obvious to you, but we would only have one FPS shooter, one MOBA, and so on, if that would be actually protectable under copyright law. So no, this is not protectable. So if your AI buddy helps you with creating a concept for a game, that is totally fine.
Yeah, for instance, throwing a ball in order to catch little critters is not protectable under copyright and likely not even protectable under patent law, but we come to that later.
Yeah, we'll come to that later. And then we have stories and dialogues. And I guess you all can guess this too. They are protectable under copyright law as linguistic works, written works, and speeches. So all of the dialogues that you have in your game, and I think you've all heard of all the different tools that can provide you now with dialogues in your games, can be protectable if you do it yourself, if you create them yourself. If you copy them from somebody else, then it's a problem, so they are protected. The game designs, so your character designs and so on. You already mentioned some critters that might be protected if you design them. And yes, of course, they are also protected under our copyright law as applied arts. The music in your game, of course, protected. We all know that. And the code, the stuff that nobody sees in the end, but that is also protected under copyright law. And as Kai already mentioned, if you're doing some really innovative stuff with your code, which is, I don't want to underestimate your skills, but usually not the case, it might be also patentable. Yeah. But that's a different story.
Yeah, just to explain the difference, copyright protects a human creation, so something that is creative, someone that creates something from his own mind, that's protected on copyright. Well, patent actually patents an idea, a concept. So if you have a solution to a technical problem that exists, then that is something that you can protect under copyright, so it protects a principle and not the creative process for that. So that's the basic difference, and that's why code is in itself a creation, and could also be patentable, but that's not the case in general.
So now we have all the different parts, which leads us to the question, is the game as a whole protectable under copyright law? Because in the end, the game is all just these different parts, and maybe some more that we mentioned right now. But yeah, even the game as a whole is a film-like work under copyright law and therefore protected. And yeah, I haven't seen an AI yet that creates a whole game, so I don't think that's what the main problem is here right now. But like I said, why is this important that we are looking into this? Because at all these points, if you're using an AI, you have the possibility of messing up, not just because you maybe copied somebody else's work, but also the question is whether somebody could copy you rightfully. So yeah, that's a problem. So now we have to talk about what is an adaptation, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's something where many developers come to us and show us their game and tell us, yeah, look, this is my cool game idea, and I was so inspired by this and that game. And then ask, by the way, is it allowed that I copy that? That I take that idea from the other game or that design from the other game and modify it a bit or reinterpret it and take it for my game? That is a very frequent question you're asked. And the answer is, hey, you know the answer? A lawyer always gives? It depends. Yeah, right, for sure. It depends. So it's always a question of each individual case. And jurisdiction has developed this strange idea in order to test if something actually is an adaptation. And it says that if a work is inspired by another work, it may be used without the consent of the pre-existing author, only if the pre-existing work fades away as a distant idea and is only visible as a distant idea. And if that's the case, then it's fine, then you can use this inspiration. But if the pre-existing work is still clearly visible in the new work, then it's actually an adaptation and you need consent of the original owner. So if it is fading away, or if it is actually still clearly visible, obviously it is a matter of each individual case, but that's the process that we need to review if we're asking ourselves the question, is an adaptation or not. So basically, if it is an adaptation, you need the consent of the previous work's creator.
Yeah, what happens if you, maybe the questions afterwards, but what happens if we don't get such a consent? Yeah, you guessed it. You will be sued, likely. You know, you will probably get a cease and desist letter, which means you probably invested like 3 years maybe into the development of a game, and it comes out, you're super happy, 2 days later, a big firm, a big law firm knocks on your door and says, please stop selling your game.
Yeah, please remove your game from Steam. We've been there. It's not fun.
Yeah. And of course, you also might be required to pay damages, and Kai already mentioned it, a wild Pikachu appears. And yeah, we had this case this year. It was pretty prominent in the news. Palworld. Palworld, some people said some of the game designs like from the little critters were too close to what the Pokemon company has already created, and therefore that was a copyright infringement, and everybody waited for Nintendo to drop the bomb.
And now they sued under patent law. I have no idea why, but
yeah, maybe, and that's just my guess, they're suing under patent law because that targets the game mechanics, and you can change these game mechanics while they could have changed the little critters. And if they had just changed the little critters, they might got out of the copyright claim and then could have sold their game. But if you're targeting the game mechanics, then your game will be done. And yeah, Kai already mentioned it. Why is that a problem in general? Because this is just how our game works. We're seeing a problem, or we want to create something, and we are thinking of how we solve other problems like this. What have we seen in our lives? And that's not something we are doing on purpose. That's just something that happens automatically in our brain, that we're looking in our memory and compare what we already experienced to the problem that is before.
yeah, for instance, you have a game mechanic that you take from another game. We have been inspired by other games, and then automatically you start going back to the versions of this design that you already know and try to implement your own idea around. Often, without even knowing it, you start creating an adaptation of another work that you've seen in the past. The AI is quite close to that problem.
Yeah. So, Kai already mentioned it. What is if we were inspired by existing works? And for Europe, as Kai already said,
I love this fading to pure inspiration. I really love it.
Yeah, that's always the helpful chords and sentences that you can interpret in a lot of ways. But yeah, that's how it is in Europe here. The pre-existing work has to fade to a pure inspiration, whatever that in the specific case means. So you also have to make yourself clear that even if you think, and we maybe as our lawyers think that is far enough away of this pre-existing work, somebody else might see this different, because there is usually not a clear yes or no in these cases.
It's not a percentage issue. I mean, some people come to us and ask us, how many percent do I need to change of a picture in order for it to be an adaptation? And the issue is, it's not a percentage, it's a question of the impact the new picture has related to the old one, and that might be a very individual interpretation. So you could have two judges, one saying it is an adaptation, and the other one saying no, it's clearly different. So it depends on each individual case. So it's not a percentage issue.
Yeah, and since Europe is not the whole world, the other markets that are quite relevant to us, usually the US and the UK, they have a different approach. They have the fair use approach, which is sometimes broader and but is in general defined as you can use a pre-existing work for criticism, comments, news reporting, education, scholarship. Yeah, that's some cases where you're allowed to use that.
And then that comes quite close to our limitations on the copyright. We have limitations for criticism, for satire. Exactly that's what we're putting there. So we have those copyright limitations in Europe too, but they're actually codified and they're much clearer than what you have under the common law, which is completely case law based. So it's much unclearer than what we have in Europe.
But if it's so clear, then please explain to me what a pastiche is.
Oh yeah, well, does anyone know what a pastiche is? Because I would really love to. The word pastiche has been added to the Copyright Act in the last reform, based on a European copyright directive, and we still have no idea what exactly it is. It somehow means a comical rework of the original work that somehow honors the original work by maybe using some comedy. That's what the European Court of Justice currently is finding out. But it really happened that the European Parliament wrote this phrase into the directive without explaining to us what it means. And it means very different things in different countries, and even in France they're not so much sure what it is. So basically it seems to be some kind of humor-based adaptation of a work. Let's wait and see what the European Court of Justice makes of it.
And maybe just one quick thing, because that's something that on the practical side is also often happening, quotations.
Yeah.
If you have in your little game maybe this little Among Us guy somewhere on a poster on the wall or something like that, and you think, that's a quotation, that's fine. It usually isn't. A quotation means that you're proving the point that you made before with this quote. And if you're just copying like a design or something into your game, even if it's an homage and you really love the game and that's why you have it in there, you're usually not allowed to do that if you're not proving your point.
You need to address and to discuss what you're quoting. Just quoting something for the purpose of quoting is not allowed.
Okay, now we have talked about the basics that we need, like copyright law-wise, and now we can come to AI. And the first step that our AI body needs to do to actually help us in the end is gather some data. It doesn't gather that himself or itself, basically. It's we are gathering that for the AI. And how do you do this? You usually crawling the internet. You're just getting as much data as you can, because you need as much data possible to really get a good working AI. And
that's basically because what we call AI today is nothing else but big data. So there's no organic intelligence behind that, but it's just based on probability and a lot of data, and that's what AI is today. See, the more data you have, the more you can actually create. That's the reason why crawling as much data is essential for having a good working AI, what we're talking about today.
Yeah. And now, my personal highlight, because usually when lawyers come up the stage talking about AI, they can always just tell you either opinions in literature, or they can tell you, sorry, nothing happened. The legislator did nothing, the courts did nothing, but we have a court case that was decided here in Germany with regard to AI, and it's not like the really juicy matters.
I still believe it's wrong, but hey.
It's not really the juicy matters here, but it's actually with regard to training an AI and getting the data for it, because the District Court of Hamburg decided that copying data, and this is what you do when you download data, you're creating a copy of it, is fine as data mining under section 44b, paragraph 2 Copyright Act in Germany, as data mining if the creator of this copyrighted work did not object to it.
Yeah, and that's something that came to the German Copyright Act as part of the last European copyright reform. It's called the so-called data mining exception. And the hot AI topic in legal currently is if this data mining exception, which is the same in the European Union in each state, is actually applicable for AI training. Because originally when this exception was made, there was nothing like AI training around. So at least the European Parliament did not have AI training in mind when they made this data mining exception. And that's what currently is most intensely discussed, if this exception actually applies to AI training, or if AI training actually needs consent of the original owner. And in this case, the Hamburg District Court, the Landgericht Hamburg, decided yes, the data mining exception is applicable for AI learning. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, and like I said, this also only works if the creator of the work did not object. And if you're crawling the internet, usually, I don't know how it is with you, but you don't speak to the person that uploaded the data there. And so politics actually thought of how can we handle this. And we have in the AI directive from the European Union a regulation that actually forces these the people that are data mining to create mechanisms to actually check whether there is an objection included in the data or on the website or anything like that. But this does not apply yet, and also the technical measures are not yet in place. And I guess also most of the creators, the authors in the past have not made such an objection when they uploaded it, and I don't know if they all remember what they all uploaded and will update this with regard to this consent. But I guess usually today you will not find an integrated objection, which is also in some ways problematic. And therefore, the safest way to get data to train your AI is just to take your own data sets, if you have any, and if you are in the position to train the AI yourself. That's usually not the case.
Just to give a really short outlook, because I know we're short on time. It is currently intensively discussed how training data will be legal to be used in the future. There is one model that at least politically discussed quite intensely, and that is using collecting societies, where AI training is subject to payment of license fees to collecting societies, so authors can actually get refunded. It's not there yet, but it's highly discussed, so maybe we continue here.
Yeah. Then we come to the learning part. Yeah. Then we come to the learning part, because now we have all this data, but is our little AI buddy actually allowed to learn with it? And here we're coming to the sad part again, because we don't know yet. And machine learning, what is this basically? So our AI buddy analyzes the data, looks for patterns, and if it finds such patterns, it will produce its work based on these patterns.
And they're very different machine learning mechanisms. For instance, for art, there are analytics that actually take small parts of pictures and calculate how likely it is that the next pixels will be the same. The same is there for audio, where you analyze notes in a composition that are similar. Others only calculate differently and don't take the actual work into it. So there are many different approaches to how data is mined and collected, and how data learning actually works, and it depends very much on which kind of model is used. So is the original work actually part of the machine learning, or is just a pattern that I calculate based on that part of the machine learning? So there's many different answers, and I'm really I really would love it to go into the details, but we don't have that much time today. So they're very different machine learning mechanisms.
Yeah. But now we're coming again to opinions in the literature. The prevailing opinion in the literature right now says also these kind of different learnings are also data mining, and therefore they are permissible, and again, only if the creator did not object to it, which is the same problem as before. Then we're coming to the output, and I guess you already guessed it. Yeah, our AI buddy can infringe others' works. And Disney is probably not too happy that our AI buddy created Darth Vader on this horse, but yeah, he did anyways. So yes, and that's actually a bigger problem because, as we said before, we get inspired, and based on this inspiration we create. But if we have huge data sets, which we didn't look into in every single piece of data, and then this AI creates something based on this data set, we don't even know if this output actually, which might be close to something in the data set, is actually an infringement of copyright of somebody else.
Yeah, and that's one of the major problems of the output. You never know if it actually is infringing something, because if you're intentionally infringing, you know that you took something and modified it, but you will never know if the AI actually took something that could be protected under copyright in the past and has just modified it. So there is always a risk that the output of the AI is actually infringing, and you never know.
Yeah. So then we're coming to the last question. Is the content created by our AI buddy actually protectable under copyright law? And unfortunately, that is not the case. Why did I include this little fella here? He is super famous, at least in the world of lawyers, because this little fella took a picture of himself that a photographer set up the camera and so on, but he pressed the button himself. And so there was a big dispute in the end, because a lot of people used that picture in the internet, and the photographer wanted money from all of them, whether this is actually copyrightable. And he always argued, yeah, I set up the camera and so on, so basically the whole work was done by me, but he pressed the button and basically then took the photo, and since he is not a human, and that is obvious, and also consensus all around the world, that only humans can create protectable works.
Yeah, so anything that the AI creates is not, it's in itself protectable under copyright.
Yeah.
However, what you can do is you can take something that the AI created and modify it yourself. And if the modification in itself is an actual intellectual creation, then the result might be protectable under copyright. But then your own modification needs to be a significant work under copyright. So you could take something the AI does and make it much better, then it might be protectable under copyright. But just changing some colors or moving something around usually does not help.
Yeah, and that's it.
And next time we're doing this with 4 hours more time, okay guys?
Thank you so much, Igor and Kai. You had a question?
Yes.
Lina.
Yeah. Oh, we have a microphone
I
here.
might be able to guess the question.
There's a microphone, but it doesn't work.
It is.
It does now.
Okay, it does. I was going to ask a question towards the adaption part. Like, does it like?
I think it's too far.
What do I need to adapt, or what is protected by that under the adaption or the copyright law? Does it need to be an adaptation of the whole work? Is it enough to be an adaptation of like a part of the story or of one picture? So like all of these levels are protected, right?
It needs to be an adaptation of a work under copyright, and the issue is that, for instance, if you have a painting that is a work under copyright, but also half of the painting might each be a work under copyright depending on what is visible on each half. So if each half in itself is a creation under copyright because it's creative, in that case, also just modifying half of it would be an adaptation. So it depends on if what you adapt is protectable in itself as a creative work on the copyright. And that's basically where you go. For instance, with music, if you go to the smallest parts, like 2 notes, then that will likely not be an adaptation. Or if you take a smallest part of a painting where only a tree is visible and the tree is painted like I paint trees, then most likely it's not an adaptation. But if it's a tree like my daughter paints a tree, then it is likely an adaptation because her work is protected under copyright, while mine is usually not because it's just so, you know. So it depends on if what you modify is protected itself.
Each part, basically.
Yeah, basically each part. I mean, if you write a book, I mean, people who are writing books, coming down to a sentence can be protected under copyright. So just modifying or using one sentence can be protected under copyright. I mean, we just had the court decision again in Hamburg that the sentence "Wir sind Papst," we are Pope, is protected under copyright. I mean, Hamburg is famous for strange decisions. So basically, even the free word sentence can be protected under copyright.
I have one last practical question for you. So what steps could studios take to make sure they're on the right side of the law? Do they knock on your door, or what do they do?
What will they do? We talk with our clients, other developers on a regular level about these issues. We advise them how to use internal AI systems. I mean, if you're a publisher or a developing studio and have the rights, actually, then you could use your own AI learning. And we also have many clients outside of the games industry that actually do use their own content for AI learning. For instance, publishers that actually have rights into the work. So yes, we do that, and we do that on a daily level.
All right. Thank you so much. This is your applause. Are you ready for our first panel of the day? I'm super excited for that because I think what I love most about my job is not only introducing people to their keynotes, but speak to them and hearing their opinions and insights within their field. So that's why I'm super excited for our next panel. On AI in game culture, exploring opportunities and also very important risks. Today we're here to dig into how AI is changing the game, literally, from boosting creativity and making player experiences more immersive to also raising some big ethical questions. So you see there's a lot to talk about. And first of all, I'd like to introduce to you our panelists for today. So panelist number one would be Katja Anklam, who is Managing Director and Head of Media and Communication at Deutsches Institut für Gutes Leben. A big applause. Can you just see Katja? As you're the first one, you can just choose one of the C's. Okay, right. And then also here with us is Professor Stefan Jakob. He's professor at Darmstadt University of Applied Sciences and founder and CFO at World Creator. A big applause, please. A warm welcome applause, please, also for Elisabeth Secker, Managing Director at USK, Unterhaltungssoftware Selbstkontrolle. Also with us, Julian Fietzens, programmer and head of innovations at BTF Games. Please come to the stage. And lastly, Marco Alexander Breit, Deputy Director, General Aerospace, Maritime Industry, Security and Defense Industries at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action. Whew, that's a long title. All right, thank you for coming, guys. But I need to come further so I can see you all. So we kind of also need to a little bit share the microphone. But I think we can handle this. All right, I'd like to open this panel with an opening question for every one of you, so we all know where the baseline is for each and every one of you. So in your view, what are the most exciting opportunities that AI brings to the games industry? And also, what potential risks do you see? Maybe we'll start with you.
think one of the most important factors that AI could contribute to is immersion in games, and the second thing that AI can contribute to is better unit economics, because you can save a lot of money. I know that's something that developers don't like to hear a lot, but you can save a lot of money in the production of games, I think, to make a mediocre experience better, or to make a bad experience at least so that there is a kind of quality to it. That if you are alone or have a small team, then you can produce games that are actually of a high quality. And I think AI helps you there with its tools and, as I said, with the unit economics. But the biggest opportunity lies in immersion and creating incredible worlds.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Julian, what about you? What's your take on that one?
I had notes on this. For opportunities, I think, well, obviously you can save some time. I mean, I'm a developer.
Yeah.
Time is always a big topic here. So I think that's one of the big opportunities, and also the first effect that we've seen so far, I think. And yes, I also see this opportunity that potentially in the future, if it gets better, it could help with making more immersive worlds or games at a larger scale. But you wanted to see like standpoints. I'm more on the other side. I'm more on the risk side myself. So I see the big risk that for one, it's going to, well, saving costs usually means firing people. So that's terrible. And also making bad games mediocre means, well, Steam or whatever else is going to be flooded with more terrible stuff that got mildly better through AI.
So I was seeing a kind of a reaction here, but we're gonna deep dive into that in a bit. Yeah, let's continue with you, Elisabeth. What opportunities do you see, and also risks?
So I would see also the immersion side very clearly, and I mean, for us, it's very interesting how games will develop in the future. When you think about NPCs, that is a very dynamic content maybe, and it becomes more dynamic with AI. And from the risk side, like from a youth protection standpoint, it's very interesting, and it will be a challenge how to control this AI-generated content in the future, and how to keep an eye on a very dynamic content where humans are less involved. So that would be one of the points I see as a risk or a challenge, at least.
Yeah, we're super happy to have you here. No? Big topic, youth protection. Stefan, how about you?
Yep. First of all, I want to quote Felix today. So in game development, AI is not something new. It's something that exists for a very long time. What is new is that we have generative AI, so the generating of content. And this is something that has clearly one up and one downside. The upside is that we have a tool set now, or it is creating new tools every week that helps developers speed up the production process, and that helps especially new developers to create content really fast, which were they not be capable of in the last years. The downside is we get more games which are, as he said, mediocre and generic. So Steam will be even more flooded. This is something that I can also see. And it was like when about 10 years ago, when Unity and Unreal Engine were getting free. This was like the same thing in the industry. A Ubisoft producer said to me, Stefan, this thing it is great that we have Unity now, because many people can now create games that weren't able to before, but many people can now create games. So, and I think this is the same with AI. The opportunity is we can have really great tools, but things are getting maybe mediocre. But what I see in the future is that maybe we have a seal of not AI content. Like this is hearing to a vinyl instead of some digital sound content. It is like brandmark with there's no AI content in it. Like this is handmade.
Interesting.
This is something that we maybe have in the future as a brand. Still having.
And lastly, Katja, what's your baseline on that one?
Well, I think at the moment we are at a crossroad. I think it's obvious. It can go in both directions, in a bad or in a good way. And I hope that AI helps not only the gaming industry, but I think that's a pioneer industry and very interesting in set for. I think it might help to advance concerning inclusion and diversity, well, and helps to create a better society maybe. I feel that because I think it's a pioneer industry and a lot of inventions are made by gaming, so maybe it might help. And also I see the bad side. Well, it becomes more emotional, so you can get more addicted to it. So I think that might be, well, it's about artificial and handmade things. So what is real, what is artificial? I think that's a major question in the future.
Julian, I think everyone saw you have a strong opinion about that one, but still I'd like to start maybe with something positive. So as head of innovations at BTF Games, AI might be quite a big topic also on your table. So how is BTF Games, or is BTF Games using generative AI? In which area of game development does BTF Games benefit most from it? To start positive.
Yeah, so head of innovation in our case basically means I'm in charge of projects that are coming, right?
Yeah.
So checking out what we can do next. And so obviously, yeah, we've talked about this. Everybody has to talk about it at some point. I think this is, we can see this by the range of people who are here. And we've, quote unquote, played around with it. But to, like, in our everyday, I think there's only 2 cases of people who are using AI in our company of 20, in the games department at least. One is for pre-writing emails to people that are like emails that you don't really care about. So that's very quick, obviously, that's great. And 2, on one of our teams, we have a programmer who is a lone programmer, so to speak, and he uses ChatGPT as kind of like a sparring partner. He doesn't get the code from it, but he can get like, because that's the way I see it. I mean, ChatGPT is basically smart Googling, and programmers do a lot of Googling in their day-to-day work. So having a slightly better Googling partner that you have to, on the flip side, you have to kind of fact check it, but that's kind of useful, yeah. And then in previous processes, we've tried using it for like brainstorming. So we've done some of that. Part of the team, when image generation was very new, they kind of trialed if that's useful for concept art. But how do you say? In the grand scheme, I think we found out that it's, in most cases, AI does things that we can actually do better. So I think we've kind of skipped most of that.
And what are the talks, like in your coffee breaks, when it comes to AI within the team? What are the, like, yeah, I want to focus on the fears that your team has or that you personally have when it comes to AI in game development.
So one thing that was just said, actually, this seal of not AI.
Yeah.
We have this on all of our social media content now. And we have already been, when we published our Steam page, we got flagged as, oh, you have AI art on your Steam page. And we were like, wait, but this is like a 3D rendered image that we just took a screenshot of. This is impossible to make with AI. So I think we are already seeing that it's impacting us even though we are not using it. So that I think is more of an annoyance than a fear, I would say.
Yeah.
And fear-wise, obviously we make a lot of narrative games, and these games are very content-heavy. So I think we've always been talking about, like, what if people just keep churning out this kind of game that is technically potentially less complex, but it's just very heavy on stuff, and what if they keep churning this out with AI, at a rate that we would never be able to achieve. And potentially at a quality that's lower, but at some point the quality won't matter anymore, I think.
All right, yeah. Stefan, you've worked with generative AI and real-time graphics for years. So what specific possibilities do you see for AI's future use in game development?
A lot. I mean, our product, for example, what my company does, we are having a tool that generates landscapes.
Yeah.
And this was very complicated, like 20 years ago. And then tools came out, like our tool, which makes it easier for artists to create landscapes. And then a few years ago, the GAN system, this is the base of the most generic AIs nowadays. GAN systems, they came out, and we really fastly adopting that to our program. So that, and our goal was that to make it more easier for artists, not to erase the artist out of the workflow. That was not our goal. It was like to make it faster and better for the artist to express, to let the artist express what he wants at the end. So like what we did is we created like a white table where the artist had just a small tool set to draw something like there should be a mountain and there should be grass. And then the AI is doing the rest for the artist. And he's able to change small things, but he has a new tool set that he can use for creating way faster, better content for the game and still relying to the artist. And this is something that happens all over the industry. For example, we are using it as well for support emails, because what most support emails are is like, how does this specifically work? And this is something that I can see in the documentary that we have. And just people are maybe, they're a bit like, I don't want to search through the whole documents, I just want to ask someone. And so what we did is we feed our whole documentary to an LLM model, and the LLM model is now chatting and writing emails for our support. And this works pretty well. And this is something that I think all game companies has to encounter, is that people want to ask stuff about the game, and maybe an AI can answer that. Just a few examples of how AI can improve this.
Yeah, I think the big pro is here, and what I'm hearing from like mostly all of the people is the point of saving time, be more efficient using AI as a tool. Elisabeth, if we're talking about a tool, so you at Unterhaltungssoftware Selbstkontrolle are working with the AI tool Atlas. Can you explain to us what this AI tool is doing?
Yes, of course. So our main job is to assign ratings in terms of youth protection, and we created the tool Atlas, which means artificial intelligence, testing, learning, and scraping. And we assign ratings via an automated system, via the IX system, which is a global system, where we work together with other rating institutions to assign ratings on digital platforms like the Google Play Store, Nintendo eShop, Xbox, also Sony and Epic Games. And it's a bunch of ratings we assign on these platforms, as you can imagine. I mean, we have 1,600 ratings we assign via manual with humans in our rating classification boards, but we have 2 million ratings assigned on this digital platform. So we need a great and good quality management behind that to ensure that the ratings are correct and accurate in terms of youth protection. And that was actually the story of Atlas, because one of our manual testers, they have a lot of testing routines to ensure the quality management, and he created the idea, how can we make this more efficient? How can I save some time when it comes to detecting youth protection relevant content on these platforms? So Atlas analyzes text and images, and we trained Atlas with a lot of content where we trained Atlas with data where the ratings were correct, and Atlas tells us if the rating may be not correct, and so our manual testers can test it. So that was a big learning for us to implement that at USK.
And how is Atlas doing right now, and what are your plans for the future for Atlas?
So Atlas at the moment wakes us up in the morning with a big list of tests and apps where we can do the testing more efficiently. So as we have heard already today, AI can be a great tool to support humans, and that's what Atlas is doing at the moment. And Atlas is doing a great job, but our human testers are doing a greater job, I would say, to ensure that the ratings are valid and correct. But of course, there lies a lot of opportunities there also in the future.
Yes, of course. Katja, you were one of the initiators of the research project KIDD, AI in the Service of Diversity. I love that. Can you explain to us what this project is about?
Yeah, it was a research project with the German Ministry of Labor, and it was based on the question how to implement AI in companies and also in institutions, as it's quite unclear. If you have the ready product, you can't see is it diverse or transparent, or on which kind of data is it based. So we thought about how can we fix that problem. So we created a kind of process which is based on a software development process, and it has 3 steps. And more or less, first of all, you invite a diverse panel of people to discuss about the software you want to implement, the AI software. So to find out, so might it be biased, or are there stereotypes included? And we find out that if a diverse panel of people is discussing, you always find something you have to fix. And you also find that there are stereotypes and biases already included in the company or in the institution, and you have also to fix that first. So I think it initiates a transformation process, and yeah.
Yeah, I want to go also more into the player experience here. So, yeah, from your perspective, in what ways could AI help to represent like a broader range of perspectives, a broader range of stories in games? What challenges do you see in this regard?
Well, I think that all of us have stereotypes and biases, and mostly you might not be aware of them. So when it comes to AI, I think that might be a kind of impulse to think about. So what stereotypes or biases might be involved. So I think this can be the point to also might change gaming environments, or to make the culture more diverse. So I think it could be a very important impulse to change. So.
Mr. Breit, we were talking a few seconds before we started the panel, and yeah, I remember the last time I saw you was at another gaming conference, and I don't know if you remember this moment. I was hosting a panel with a few game developers, and during our Q&A session at the very end, you were one of the first ones raising your hands and asking the developers directly, what can we from the politics do for you? What can we do from the political side to make your work easier? Why am I telling the story right now? In this moment, I never experienced something like this, somebody from the political side just asking them directly. I was kind of impressed, but also happy that there's this interest that, you guys from up there are having this heavy interest in making their work better. So, coming to my question, what are your hopes AI will do for gamers, for game developers, and also what are your fears?
Thank you, because I stepped into your trap at the beginning. You asked for a short answer. I gave a short answer, and everybody else was commenting on the short answer why it wasn't nuanced enough. So maybe I explain what I think with 4 games. The first one being, and you are absolutely correct, there is tools, for example, to generate landscape, which is actually just a tool. If they are AI-driven or not, it's just a tool. Why wouldn't you use it if it's AI-driven, just so you're losing that trademark AI-free? I don't see sense. It's like, look, I want to go faster, and the sail ship is great, but not a steamship. I don't want to use the steamship. And nowadays, I wouldn't even take a nuclear ship, but the sail ship, that was cool. So actually, you are harming yourself if you don't use these technologies because your competitor will. That brings me to the second question when I talked about unit economics and saving money. The thing is not about putting AI replacing people. It's about bringing down costs. All of you know the story that AAA titles nowadays it's not worth building them anymore because they have multi-million, 100 million of budgets, and then you need to sell a lot of units to kind of get the money back in. And then there's something like Dragon Age Railguard. It tanks. Nevertheless, you worked on a piece of game for 10 years, and a lot of people worked there, and there was a lot of change in the writers, by the way. So it's not, if you're aware of AI-generated story, it might have been better maybe, but I don't know, I won't judge that. But the thing is, it took a lot of money, and AI can help you just to bring down that cost, so making AAA games pays off. Brings me to the third thing about mediocre games. Actually, what I meant was, you are a sole developer, you have a small team, you just want to bring a game out. If it's mediocre, well, you gave your best, right? Actually, it's just something like an apprentice's work, so people know that, see that you are there, see that you are building something, see that you have potential, and if AI helps you to get at least that potential to steep, it helps you even if you just build a mediocre game. Fourth game. Oh, by the way, Star Ocean Second Story R has hand-drawn backgrounds, and everybody loves them, right? If AI would have been helping with these hand-drawn backgrounds, they might have not been that impressive. And I love it, and you love it too, I see it in your eyes. So, fourth thing, immersion. I'm playing Dragon's Dogma 2 right now. And there are these pawns, there's a pawn, and there's a master. The master is the player character, and the NPCs are the pawns. And the pawns, they talk to me while I'm exploring the wilds, and they say, look, master, I have been in a different world, and there's a treasure chest, and they talk to each other, and it's great immersion. And then there's a quest, and I need to guide someone someplace to fight the dragon. And I'm losing that guy every 5 meters because the AI is not strong enough to get that guy at least a bit in the right direction, which breaks my immersion. So what I mean is better pathfinding and at the same time more credible words is something that AI can help you with, and it's great to see these things developing in games because actually I think immersion is one of the most important parts about gaming. It doesn't matter whether it's Tetris and it doesn't have a story, it doesn't matter whether it's a BTF game that is very story driven, as you said. Immersion is what kind of brings us into games. Your question.
Yeah, but does cutting costs, does it not also mean cutting working positions, cutting out people?
That would be correct if you would say, look, there's 10 games being built, and I need 1,000 people for these 10 games being built. And if I use AI, 100 people are less are required to build these 10 games. But there's now 100 people that can do other games. There's 100 people that can work on other projects. There's 100 people that can work in different companies, and now with AI has the scaling to build a AAA game where they only would have been able to build a AA game or a single A game before. So this only makes sense if you think it's a zero-sum game. I don't believe in zero-sum games.
Julian, I see you disagreeing on that one. Do you want to answer something?
Why do you want 100 more games that are like, okay, so we had 1,000 people making 10 games with the best they can, and then suddenly you only have, which is a lot of people by the way, and then you have the same 1,000 people making instead, let's say 200 games instead of 10. But all of those games are done by less people and instead done by generic AI, which is basically just a random generator of all the games that have ever existed before. So the amount of innovation is going down rapidly, and instead you have more games at a lower quality. So I'm not sure why I would want that. And I also don't think that that's what people would do with it, because you can already see who's excited for AI. We saw it in the opening keynote. We had two slides. On the one, there were people excited for it. Those were CEOs, producers, and CFOs. So working class people, obviously. And then on the other side, you have game directors, designers, and artists who are seeing the risks, because obviously for a CEO, it's great to make the same game for half the money and then get more profits that they can put in their pocket. But the writer's going to be gone because AI can do that, whatever. And the game designer probably is just looking over designs that are coming out of ChatGPT instead of making his own stuff. So I think in the long term, game development is already one of the worst paid technical industries. So why wouldn't everybody just go to a different place if you're not being creative anymore anyway?
Because the customer decides. To be very precise here, do you know the game Braid? That jump and run, going backward in time? This is something AI would not have imagined. It's the same with my favorite example when I was negotiating the AI directive and the copyright directive and the AI directive in the European Union a few years ago is, look, Guns N' Roses, November Rain. It's a 9-minute song that reinvents itself 2 times in these 9 minutes. And it was put on the market in a time where radio said, look, everything that's not 3.5 minutes will not be played by us. Nevertheless, November Rain is about the most important songs in the history of rock music, and it is a song everybody really knows, right? Why did this happen? Because it was so impressively made piece of art that it kind of broke the rules. And this is something that I agree with you. There will be a tendency to mediocrity when it comes to gaming, but there will still be things that can break the rules, and these things that break the rules will be more impressive because of that. Because they are competing with a more mediocre thing. The thing is, what I meant with mediocrity is not a bad thing, is about giving people the opportunity to make these apprentices work, so that they can work on their masterclass afterwards.
Stefan, you as a professor, what changes do you believe should be made in the approach to teaching game design and development to effectively integrate AI? Quite a few days ago, I saw a video on YouTube. It was also a discussion about AI in creative work. And then one question or one argument was also like, with AI, the educational path kind of could be erased, because now people don't need this big education anymore, because they have the AI tools to kind of do their work in an easier way. What's your take on that one?
There are a lot of answers to that, because you can view to the question from different perspectives. So one perspective is how students use AI, or how they can use AI, and the other perspective is like how we use it in teaching. So these are at a minimum 2 sides that you can see. So students use AI. It's there, okay? When we get applications, then the letters that they write to us, they're obviously written with ChatGPT, and if I have like, write me a documentary about your work, most of the stuff is AI generated now. And we also, in the university, we try to focusing also on research papers that they write with their games, so they have to write some research stuff. They use ChatGPT for that, because ChatGPT can do that. And this raises the question, and I cannot answer that, is how valuable is this text stuff anymore if the students just go to ChatGPT and like stating their question and then write me an essay about that, or give me research methods about that topic and stuff like that. How valuable is that anymore? And because you cannot control that. And currently, science has no answer to that, because everybody is discussing. When I'm discussing with my colleagues, how do we encounter this problem? Everybody has a different answer. Some colleagues, they're saying like, no AI at all, we need to enforce this at some point, and then there are other colleagues saying, WTF, let them do this, right? I don't care anymore. And these are the strong sides, and there is no real answer to that, so science has not found something. How do we come along with that students use AI? On the other hand, it's like how we use it in teaching. And this is more interesting because the genie is out of the bottle, and we cannot push the ghost back. So we have to cope with the idea that AI is out there and that people are using it and that this affects all kinds of game development. All areas are affected. We had this in our last talk, like the nice scheme where all areas are affected, and yes, all areas are affected. So we have to teach our students like how do you use it for having new ideas, like using it for concepting. How do you use it for cleaning animations, for example? Because it's very easy now to create animations, put an animation on a rig and have it in your game. Like 10 years before, you need a motion capture area and an artist need to clean the animation that it fits to the game. This was very time and cost needy, and now an AI can do this in just one day. And this is like something that we need to teach, because for students, for their work in the industry, this is something that they need to know, because the industry will use that, because it's time and cost effective. And this is something that we have to adopt in teaching, and we need that. And of course, students, they need to they need to learn how to use AI. And then, in addition to your answers, there are two sides that I see in the student body. So we have one side, it's not CFOs and CEOs, it's like we have the programmers and we have the artists, and they are approaching AI completely different, with a different mindset. On one side, we have the artists that are saying that, yeah, they are stealing our stuff. Yeah. AI is like, this is my baby, and they're stealing our work. We're getting out of work, we're getting replaced. They have a strong fear about AI, and when I talk to students in their project, they're having, yesterday I had a student team, they have a large no AI in our game logo over their stuff, and this was like, they're really fearing about that. And I can totally understand that, the fear. Because they are very bound to their work, right? It's their babies, they're creating art. And for them, it's like they have a really strong connection to their product. On the other hand, the programmers, they are like, and I always quote the meme that I see, like, there's one programmer talking to the other programmer and saying, hey, I stole your code. And the other programmer saying, that was not my code. And this is like the mindset of programmers. It's like they don't have these, and I'm a programmer myself, so I can say yes. It is like programmers usually have like, I don't care where it comes from, I just use it to come to an end. I will come to a goal, I need to finish this problem, I need to somehow solve this. And then programmers take other code as like Lego bricks, just putting a new thing together. So this is like the human mind works. Already had this today, like there's a problem, then programmers use a solution, and then they don't care if it comes from an AI or from Stack Overflow or from another guy. They just use it, and then it works, and then they're fine with it. And then also, they don't care if their solution is put to an AI, because they used it, so they're fine with it, sharing it as well. And these are two completely different mindsets. And last year, we tried to figure out how far can we go with creating a game on a game jam. Every year we participate in the global game jam, and we were like, okay, how far can we come with 5 people using only AI to create a game? And like in 2 days we generated the whole game. This was interesting to see what ChatGPT can give you code and what the Unity AI system can do for you. So this is something interesting for game development, teaching and studying. I will not say this is for all teaching, like for schools, but if you go for game development studies, this is like affecting the whole study system enormously.
So you were talking about these two sides. What I find really interesting, when we look at the, so to say, fear side, what should be done to kind of transform this fear?
Telling the people that they will not be replaced.
Yeah.
This is like their biggest fear is like they steal our stuff. AI is replacing us or our work with bad stuff, so we are getting replaced.
Yeah, because I think you have to be very careful. Maybe that would be a lie, because I think it's obvious. I think a lot of people will lose their jobs. I think bullshit jobs are dead because well, now we have better tools, and so we need certain jobs are no longer needed, and I think it is important to be honest with that. Yeah. But there will be new ones.
Yes, that's what I was just wanted to say. It's like your job is not getting lost. It just it changes. So like I mean, we are a game industry, and we have to think about what is an industry doing. An industry is changing technology. Like the car industry, like 50 years ago, the workers were standing on a belt and putting stuff together, cars together on that belt. And then suddenly robots came, and everybody was crying like, oh no, the robots stealing our jobs. This is exactly the same. The jobs were not lost. They were just changed to people who design robots, people who control the robots. So the number of employees, it didn't fall, it rises with new technology. And that is something that maybe AI will do. So yes, some jobs will get lost, but new jobs will be generated as well.
Mr. White, you wanted to add something?
Like where was 1,000 people? It was the same example. 1,000 people. The jobs will change, and there will be more companies, and there will be more product. In the end, it is competition.
But I also thought when you mentioned certain things like human mindset and something like that, I think this is when it comes to dystopia, because I think we are so slow at the moment. I think a lot of things are changing. And I think we have to increase our, we have to be a little bit faster, because otherwise the development will increase so much that you can't fix certain problems. You have to fix now.
Yeah, technology is currently way faster than the humans.
Katja, I would like to continue with you with my next questions for you. So with this technology advancing so quickly, what should the industry do to ensure that AI doesn't, like when talking about biases and stereotypes, to unintentionally reinforce existing stereotypes and biases?
Well, first of all, I think it's super exciting what happens at the moment. I'm not against it. But I think we need a strong framework for it. Mm-hmm. And I think so far, I think it's great that EU fixed AI Act this year in August, and we have certain rules now, and I think that I hope that will increase the discussion about it. So I think, well, the framework is crucial.
And Elisabeth, I'd also like to dive more into the youth protection side of it. So what specific opportunities and risks do you see for youth protection through the role of AI?
Yeah, first of all, I think we have to to see what kind of perspective do we have on youth protection right now. So the scope of what's under youth protection and how to keep young children safe online has really broadened up, because we have so many challenges right now. We have topics like deepfakes, for example. We have toxic communication in games, and there's so much more than just content, I would say. And I think there are a lot of opportunities for AI or technology as a whole to tackle these problems. I mean, some problems also caused maybe in the future by AI when we think about deepfakes and so on, but also like, for example, word filters and technology to prevent toxic communication or to moderate chats and so on will be handled by AI, and AI can be a great tool to tackle these problems. I mean, I also want to say something about how do we replace people, because we are also get the questions, yeah, maybe an AI can also just review a game and assign an age rating. And the answer is no, it can't, because actually, I mean, the AI learns from us, and youth protection is always something that is debating in society. So we decide what kind of content, what kind of features are maybe harmful for young children. So we need the debate, and we need the technology to make that scalable, so to make youth protection scalable. And I think we need both sides. But I think we have to shape what kind of a task can be done by an AI, and what kind of tasks should be done by humans in the future.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really important what you say. I mean, the AI is not doing it on its own. It's still people prompting. It's human that works with the AI, right? Mr. Breit, we just heard there's a broad range of perspectives, of topics on that, and then we have this high speed. So how can policymakers keep pace with that rapid technological advancements, especially when it comes to AI and creative industries?
So as Katja already mentioned, the AI Act was an important step forward because it kind of addressed a lot of the risks of AI. And then, as it came, as the debate fell right into the same time as the ChatGPT moment in the beginning of 2022, and then to a wider audience in the beginning of 2023, to kind of address these general purpose technology questions too. Since I'm doing something completely different since June in the ministry, I am not aware of how things are being put into motion right now, but nevertheless there is still a gap between copyright and AI in the end. And regulation can answer some of these questions. Nevertheless, regulation is A, territorial, and B, it's time-bound, which means that if we in the European Union decide to regulate AI, then it needs to adhere to copyright rules, and the Chinese don't, yeah, well, it is a problem. It is a problem for artists, which I completely agree. It is a problem especially for people in creative jobs, which I completely agree. And creative jobs is a wide range, and half of the people here on the panel have creative jobs. And the problem is that if an art director in a game can be easily replaced by an AI right now, maybe it wasn't an art director at all. Why? Because I completely agree, the AI is learning from humans, and it puts AI has something like a mediocrity trap. They always found something that has been done often before, which is like, people know that, people like that, and all these things. Which means that the games will all be pretty similar, music will become pretty similar, and then, as I said, there's something or someone coming that does something completely different and will be applauded. Which means if you are an art director right now, you can easily be replaced by by an AI emulating art right now. They don't do art, they emulate it. Yeah, maybe you haven't been up to the task. Which means A, regulation can help a lot. B, we need to understand that AI is a tool for people getting better at their jobs and not something it's not a competition about the job, which you mentioned correctly. And I think the third thing is that we need to understand that AI is not going away. It's not something that you can qualify. This is AI free and people will buy it. It's just a tool people will use, and they won't even think about it in 10 years. They won't even mention that they use AI. They can't even answer the question whether they use AI because it's just in every software right now.
You were talking about regulation. Are there any regulatory measures are currently being discussed or planned to ensure that the use of AI in the games industry aligns also with ethical and social responsibility?
Yes and no at the same time. I would need to give a very extensive answer, which I don't want to, it would spoil the panel. Let me put it this way: there is a conflict of goals between copyright and AI right now, as you know. But the fight is being fought about copyright in the music industry and in newspapers, for example, and creative writing. but it's not about AI specifically, because AI is not about games specifically, because games is not as has not a big of a lobby as press obviously has and music obviously has. And the second thing is that you can see that the influence of AI way better when it comes to texts and music than it is about the whole concept of games, which are stories, music, graphics, the game experience, immersion, all those things. So we can be very precise what has been made by AI when it comes to music, and very precise what has been written by AI when it comes to text. But gaming is just too complex to kind of be addressed solely.
Mm-hmm. Guys, I have the feeling we just started with our panel, but we've already been talking for 50 minutes. And I still want to get, or to give you guys the opportunity to also ask questions to our panelists. So our last 10 minutes, I would give them to you if you want to. Are there any questions from your side that you'd like to ask? Yes, please. And the microphone is coming. There, in the back,
Hi, thanks for the talk. Yeah, I agree that AI is a tool that can be used, but I think when it comes down to replacing jobs or replacing people, I think we need to come back to the question of like, why are we making games? Why are we making games if we're just going to replace it with AI regurgitations, right? It's like, we make games because we love games, hopefully. You know, some people are making games for profit. Which goes to my actual question, sorry. A lot of the people in the games industry are actually gamers, and I've seen from my side of things that there's pushback from players being like, I don't want this, this is AI generated, I know it's, or even accusations that something is AI generated when it's not. So there's a lot of pushback on that because players are fed up with the gaming industry, they're fed up with the greed, they're fed up with the layoffs. So AI is kind of like a dirty word with some of the players, so I just want to know, like, from the business side of things, like how that will be navigated if players simply just don't want something AI generated.
I can try to answer that. I think at the end it depends on what we're doing with AI. So you ask like, why do we make games? I would say most game creators do it because they want to share an experience. They want to create an experience. That's why we are gamers ourselves. We like experiences. So I'm totally fine with, for example, a developer creating, let's say, parts of the code, or maybe some icons with AI. I would be fine with it. But I would not like to play a game that is designed mechanic or story-wise by an AI. I totally would not like to play a story game that is written by an AI. Why? Because...
Why? Because it's created by an AI, or because it's just a shitty story? That's different. If AI is writing shitty stories, then I understand that.
Yeah, because I know how AI works. At least I built it a few once. So if you are training an AI, it is a propagation of what is the likest to be the next answer. So it's like, it is a thing of probability. So AI will always generate the generic content. It will not create some outstanding fantastic stuff. It will always create the mediocre thing. And that is what, I mean, it can create new things, but they're usually like generic all the time, because this is like an AI works. But what I want to play is a new experience, an outstanding experience. I want to experience stuff that happened maybe to other people and that they want to try to express and to share. That is what I want, and this is something that I think an AI cannot do. And this is why I'm okay with some stuff that AI creates, and I'm not okay with some stuff that AI creates. It depends on what you do.
Maybe from the gamer's view, it's highly like emotional. Maybe it's also the feel of, okay, I see it's AI generated. There can't be any authenticity. Yeah.
Well, I was wondering what happens with the utopia that AI, like any other technology, might help us not to work too much. And yeah, well, yeah, I know that sounds naive, but I think that was the utopia at the very first. So why not use AI to have more time for gaming?
The issue is it's not being used for that, it's being used to cut people's jobs and to create efficiencies so we can create more, faster, of lower quality. In the ideal world, of course, you know, we have more time for leisure, but that's not the way it is. We have more time to be productive and to work. So it's actually being used on the flip side. I mean, I am pro AI. I'm an artist, I work in gaming, but in certain ways it can be misused. You know, if you mix too many colors together, you get brown, the output is mediocre. So I'm definitely not anti-AI, I'm anti-corporate using it to create mediocre experiences and cost people their livelihoods.
I absolutely agree. I think that was why I said we are at a crossroad at the moment. We have to create what we want now and not wait until something is done with what we don't want. So I think we have to choose now in which direction we want to go. And therefore I think gaming industry is kind of, could be kind of pioneer.
Yeah. We have another question over here. I'd like to pass the microphone here to the middle, please.
Thanks. Kind of touched on just then that we've been seeing a lot of layoffs and stuff in the games industry. And I don't really think that much of that was AI related. I think a lot of that was finance related, and that it's extremely expensive to make a game. And if more efficient use of AI was in place of some of those studios, not to automate the creative process, but to automate some of these day-to-day tasks to free up those creators, then, you know, if those studios could have made their games cheaper, thousands of jobs may actually have been saved, no? If the studio didn't have to close as a result, is that not also an argument for more efficient use of AI?
I don't know, Julia, maybe that's something for you.
Yes, of course, there is an argument for that. As was said before, in an ideal world, that is what would happen, but that is not what is happening. Sure, you could say people got laid off because of financial problems, but those studio heads are not thinking, I'm running out of money, I'm just going to throw a bunch of people in the streets to save that. No, they're thinking, I don't need those people anymore because now I have AI, which can speed up the task for everybody else to do the same amount of work with the same money, but potentially in a shorter time. Because obviously, you don't put the same amount of people to work and everybody works twice as fast, but that's impossible to control. Game development is already hard to control. Speeding that up is not going to make it better automatically.
Yeah, but I guess what I mean is, like, you see a lot of entire projects being cancelled, right? And I guess in those instances, like, I think it's fair to say that the projects that are usually cancelled may even have been more innovative, because the projects that keep their funding use tried and tested methods, right? Because we would continue funding, say, Assassin's Creed 20 over an untested game. So actually, if they're cancelling the whole project, efficient use of AI could have, like, kept that project open, right? So actually, we're then supporting innovation and keeping jobs. I agree that we have to be careful how we're using the AI, but, like, there is actually an argument to be made that it's saving jobs and also fostering innovation, right?
It could. I think that's the thing. I don't think we can say that it is doing that right now. I've not seen any inclination of that happening right now, that jobs are being saved because AI is improving workflows. But I totally agree it could, if it is used in a way that Stefan also proposed, like, as a tool, right? If you use it as a tool and you support the creatives, and that's another thing, well, if you want to make 2 more games, you need twice the funding, which in Germany is not going to happen, so instead you're going to go and lay off people.
Savite also wanted to say something to that.
I think we are at least aligned, not thinking the same, but it's aligned. The customer, the gamer in the end, decides what he or she wants to play. And if AI is just responsible, people are in art direction are being laid off, and AI replaces them, and the game gets mediocre, then the gamers will notice. And if Assassin's Creed 20 is still about climbing towers and jumping into hay wagons, and then I completely agree, AI might even write the whole game. But the thing is, and by the way, we are not safe that AI can do that. In a few years, not now maybe, but in a few years, nobody's safe. But the thing is, yes, the gamers will decide what they actually like. And that's what I meant. Don't be afraid of mediocrity. Because if mediocrity is the best thing that can happen to artists. The thing is that the industry will need time to adapt, because obviously there will be overcut jobs. Games will be shitty. Games will be super generic. Side missions will be super generic. NPCs will be super generic because ChatGPT has written them. And people will notice and don't buy the stuff. And then maybe Assassin's Creed 19 will never be produced because Assassin's Creed 18 tanked.
Oh, I have one, thank you. We have time for one last question from here. Here. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I wanted to see I sometimes, we hear, because it's such an emotional topic, we hear so many 1, 2, 3 arguments which are completely conclusive, like AI is killing jobs, or because of this we're losing jobs and stuff like that. I think the reality is always more complicated, and if we're true to ourselves, looking at what all the peoples in the game industry do, it is an industry. A lot of the stuff that sells the best is the mediocre stuff. A lot of the assets that are created are not pieces of art. And the artist is valuable, the art is valuable, but look at for example, in the movie industry, rotoscoping is not fun. I did it when I worked in the industry. It's not fun. I would much rather have a computer do that than any low-paid job. So a lot of the statements, I just wanted to say, are way too superficially in saying this and that follows, and so if we're true to ourselves, a lot of the stuff that we're creating in the industry is not by itself a piece of art, and a lot of the stuff that's being bought most is very mediocre. So I don't think you can always make these simple contrasting calls. I just wanted to say that because so many arguments that we hear are going that way. Artists and humans are so much better than AI, and that's why we can only have the best stuff when humans do it. It's just, I think, a false claim in a lot of those arguments.
Yeah, thank you for that. One last question, all right? Hand it over to the back.
Okay, my name is Seth. I'm from Stuttgart. My question is a little bit not so technical. It comes from the aspect of prompt engineering and also procedurally generated content. For example, I have like a West African perspective and knowledge about climate. We have like 5 climatic zones. And let's say I have a client that wants to understand how they can connect, like they can understand the climate in West Africa to see how it connects to other continents. And they need me to build a visualization. And I want to use like Word Creator or a real engine to procedurally generate an environment that my clients can see. And I can give them cultural knowledge about everything. But now I'm caught between using AI or having a perfect understanding of prompt engineering, which is like driven from my knowledge of culture and climate. What do you think about it in the aspect? The question is specifically for, I don't want to throw the question specifically for someone, but the feature of procedurally generated content and someone having a knowledge of what exactly they want the visualization to be like at the end of the day.
Maybe Stefan, yeah.
So, was the question more about prompt engineering or?
Okay, it's more about prompt engineering, and understanding the relationship between procedurally generated content, but somehow it seems like it's still around artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I mean, 15 years ago we started as a company that just is doing procedural PTG, like procedural generated content. And it's hard to differ if you're working in the industry if this is procedurally content generated or if this is AI. Many stuff that I would say is just an algorithm is nowadays called AI. So you cannot really differ. Like if you generate a dungeon in a game, that is something that nowadays would be called made by an AI. And 10 years ago, I would say like this is procedurally generally content generated, and everybody was like fine with it. So it's very hard today to argue with this is AI and this is not AI, and if it goes for prompt engineering, I mean this is just a different approach how to output an algorithm, because that what we nowadays call AI is just a machine learning algorithm that is content generating. So and we are controlling it with a prompt, with a language model that is transforming, that is a T in ChatGPT, transforming language into a parameter that is controlling the algorithm. So for me, everything that we see today is not really AI, it's just a different approach of procedural content generation, but it's hard to argue on that. So it's a hard field to explain technically.
I'm just looking at the time, just making sure the step
Sure.
please.
1997, Diablo 1, and procedurally generated dungeons. And as I said before, in 20 years, you can't even answer the question whether you use AI because it is in every software. And 1997, Diablo 1 has generated procedure generated dungeons. Nobody ever asked that question back then.
But they also did burn down forests, which is like, I mean, you can argue that with anything. I mean, like, is a car a car? Yeah, I mean, technically, I guess, is if you put something on it, it moves it, I guess. But the obvious answer today is that it's different to make a dungeon by hand and then just randomly control it than it is to not make anything and just tell some random tool to make something for you out of everything that it has ever known before. It's a very different use case, and both of those are not intelligent. That's also one of my biggest gripes with this whole discussion. It has nothing to do with AI at all. None of it it's very artificial, but none of it is intelligent. So I think, yeah, that's just my last 2 cents.
Yeah, you can clap. You can clap. I think it's a good one that we have also an emotional discussion about it to keep the discussion alive. I think that's also the important one, and as Katja just mentioned, we're at this crossroad, and I think that's why it's so important to talk to each other, to hear opinions, and to keep being emotional. I like that one. Okay, thank you so much for joining us on this panel. Thank you guys. This is your applause. First of all, what is going to happen next? Oh, yeah, you can already see it. So we're going to have our panel discussion, and while we are discussing on Cyberpunk 2077, from dystopian fears to AI realities, you will see this beautiful game right here, and this is our Let's Play. Okay, I want to get our panelists to the stage, and we're going to start with Lena Falkenhagen, going to be professor at University of Fine Arts Essen. Please come to the stage. Also here with us, Dr. Lars Schmeid, researcher in future studies at German Aerospace Center. Also with us, Miles Tost, level design lead at CD Projekt Red. And the lovely Caroline Wendt, lead international community manager. each other. Okay, so as I just said, I was super thrilled when I found out that Cyberpunk 2077 would be one of our Let's Plays for today, because I think this game was one of the few games where I constantly thought while gaming, please don't be over. Please let there be more missions. And yeah, that's why I'm super happy we're talking about it right now. But before we dive into our topic for the discussion, I'd like to give every one of you who haven't had the chance to play Cyberpunk 2077 yet a short or a quick overview of the story. And I actually asked ChatGPT to do that for me, so I'm going to read that one out to you. So this comes from ChatGPT. So Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world role-playing game set in the futuristic, tech-driven city of Night City. Players take on the role of the mercenary V as they navigate a dark world dominated by corporations and cyber implants, in search of an implant that promises immortality. Along the way, player choices shape the story's progression and relationships with other characters. Miles and Caroline, did ChatGPT did a good job on that summary, or would you add something to that? Oh, you.
Yeah. I think I was briefed a bit differently. Like we were told to talk about the dark future, but overall, I think it hit it.
We always said the dark future of Night City, but you know, maybe by now it's reality. Who knows?
Who knows? Okay, I also want to know the baseline from each and every one of you. So as I did with the panel before, I'd like to start with an opening question for every one of you. So maybe we'll start with you, Caro. So Cyberpunk represents, as we just heard, a futuristic world where advanced technology and AI play a significant roles. So in your view, what aspects of this game reflect or amplify real-world anxieties about AI and technology?
All of them, probably. I think my perspective on it is a bit different, because we mostly focus on depicting AI and technology and less like what we're currently discussing in the world, like generative AI and so on. I think what people mostly relate to is the discrepancy between rich and poor and what you can afford and what you can have, depending on whether you can afford cyber implants, right? If you have to sell out your body for certain things, or if you can afford assistance, right? AI assistance in that case. So I think for me, and I don't know if that's the answer you would like to hear, I think for me it's actually the financial wealth discrepancy and that people see a future where they might be the loser of the scenario, like of the tech scenario. So that's my answer.
Lena.
Well, so I think I'm a storyteller. So as a storyteller, I love a dystopia. I really do, because dystopia is conflict for your story, and you need that. I'm not a Utopia fan. I think that's quite boring, actually. As a person and a citizen of this society, I hate a dystopia because that's my future. And I think Caroline is absolutely right about the financial and rich and poor dichotomy. But what I see in Cyberpunk 2077, in all Cyberpunk novels and movies and also games, of course, is the problem that the human creativity, in brackets, and the machine are starting to melt together and at some point come to be indifferentiable from each other. So you cannot tell them apart what is human and what is machine. And that is, I think, one of the basic fears that Cyberpunk addresses. But Lars knows this topic much better than I do.
Oh wow, then let's head over to Lars.
Well, yeah, I mean, in terms of what fears we have with AI, I think the game actually plays with all levels of it, right? I mean, there's just assistants who just help, like Siri or Alexa, that kind of stuff, and there's those huge AI things that are way beyond our scope and that kind of threaten everything. So it's all in there. But since we're seeing the Delamate mission at the moment being played, I think that's actually an interesting concept for the game to pick up, is the idea of driverless cars and AI actually being on the road and then going rogue and killing people and stuff like that. So that I think is a very prominent fear for people when they think about driverless cars and AI actually being on the road. Is that actually safe? Do I want to get into that? And that's the mission that actually explains that. So I like that about the game.
Losing control.
Absolutely.
Losing control. Good one.
I think you took like half of the answer that I would have given by saying correctly, in my opinion, that it covers all of it, right? Like, and that's very much intentional. I mean, the way we usually do the themes that we have in our game is that we decide on a few of them, and then we try to hold the torch on as many angles and aspects of that as possible. So if we look at AI and human interaction, right? You have the whole situation with Johnny and constructs, right? Digitalizing a personality and what that may mean for the person who got digitalized, but also for the people around them, right? You have a lot of quests that kind of directly confront Johnny with the people from his past, was it like 60, 50 years ago? Then we have things such as the Brandon quest line, right? Where we're basically asking the question, okay, so what if this is, we're implying that this is just a fancy large language model, but there's a person who's falling in love with that, right? And there's real relationships that are kind of forming, real question mark, right? We're putting up the question that with the Delamain quest, right, on a much more technical level, and we also have the same sort of, I think, angle with the whole Skippy thing, right, where you have the gun that has a personality, but does it really, and it's still a lethal weapon, and how does that work together, right? So there's a lot of different aspects, and we're taking a look at them very, very consciously to kind of, you know, show a broad range of fears in this case, or benefits, or disadvantages, anything that really goes in this sort of cyberpunk aspect. And I think it's pretty natural for us, given that AI has been a pretty dominant theme in all things sci-fi, and specifically also cyberpunk as a genre in general.
Maybe to just add to that, because I don't know if everyone is aware of Brandon, but that's basically a vending machine. But it's a vending machine that has an AI that has thoughts, so to speak, and someone falls in love with that. Or with him. I don't even know if you can say that, right? And I don't know if you've seen the news, but recently people have increasingly started to fall in love with AI chatbots. And there were cases already in the US of people committing suicide because the AI kind of told them to come to them, which is of course very dark and gruesome. But that's why I said earlier that is it the future or is it the dark future? Because many of those aspects are already happening now. So that's scary.
It's definitely an interesting phenomenon that we wrote all of this, you know, many, many years ago, and now sort of reality is catching up much, much faster than one would have hoped. I think it's like just generally gives us a lot of food for thought also for our future games. I suppose.
Well, you thought that would happen in 2077, but it's happening now. Yeah, and I think what Cyberpunk also does about the AI characters, I don't know if anyone else felt the same way. You just want to be friends with the AI characters. Miles, you just mentioned Skippy the gun. Oh, I loved Skippy. I looked up how he could be my best friend, how he could be my strongest weapon in the game. So I think that was also one of the aspects why I was so stuck within this game. So Miles, you as lead level designer, could you share how AI was used in the level design of Cyberpunk 2077 to create this immersive experience? How did the team approach integrating AI to build the game's distinctive atmosphere?
Okay, that's an interesting take on it. So I feel like for this to be answered correctly, we need to kind of define how we interpret AI in this context, right? Because I feel AI has been shifting, the word AI has, words rather, has been shifting in meaning now, mostly focusing on generative AI technologies, you know, predominantly I suppose. But if we think about it from a game development point of view, we've been looking at AI and using the term for a long, long time, simply referring to any kind of, you know, NPC behavior that you would have that is what we call systemic, right? So systems are driving it, the player inputs it, I guess you could call that the prompt, right? And the character reacts in a way that is somewhat predetermined, but you know, intended to be autonomous in feel. And from that perspective, now AI is, and I think in games we still mostly use it like that when we talk about game design, everything that involves combat, for example, right? Every moment, or the drones that we just saw flying around, right? They're technically, from my perspective, a form of AI, as we've been talking about it. So if we then take that angle, it massively impacted the level design of our games, right? Because as a level designer, my interest is to make sure that whenever you're engaging in combat or stealth, that the experience isn't just a fun combat scenario, whatever, but also one that tries to feel as authentic as possible, right? These people that you put there, they're not just mindless robots, at least we're trying to build the illusion, but they have their own backstories, they do their own things, they have their routines that they're doing, right? They have conversations they're having, and the player can sort of briefly eavesdrop onto that. And we need to build these situations and the levels around it to provide these moments that you can have these observations. Now, that is one aspect, but I feel like also one part of that question is obviously sort of aimed at the sort of, the predominant wave of sort of generative AI nowadays, and the question how it might impact development. And to that I can simply say that we started earnestly, I would say, developing Cyberpunk in 2016, yeah, probably, that's when I switched onto the project. Back then that wasn't topic at all. So I can say that everything you see in Cyberpunk has been placed by hand, essentially. So all the ladder, the lights that you see moving, all of these elements are hand-placed objects.
I can even tell the fun story that the trash in the city, that actually human people on the team went through Night City and placed or took away trash manually.
Really?
By hand. So in this case, it's basically the opposite of procedurally generated.
Yes, it's a manual.
And I'm looking at Miles because he was one of the people doing the trash job.
I think we use that term. Yes. I trash my own game. I do quite a bit, especially around launch. So I think one thing that's also interesting is that when we sort of look at this stuff, exactly for that reason, like I see a lot of flaws still, and it's like, oh man, I feel like in that corner there's lacking detail, right? Because you're familiar with how you would have been placing these objects around, and I think it just goes to show how, fun of a process also it is to basically set dress these sort of things.
There's no end to polishing.
They are.
Yeah, but it's interesting watching you, Miles. You watching Cyberpunk. Can you still enjoy watching it?
Yeah, I think.
Are you still looking for something that you want to change?
Okay, to be completely honest, I think the only reason why I'm sort of growing a bit wary of it is simply because I've spent 7-8 years of my life on that,
Yeah.
right? Like including the expansion, Phantom Liberty. So that's the only reason why I'm very, very happy where I'm. Right now I'm working on an upcoming Witcher project, and it's like, oh god, it's not dystopian darling.
Okay.
Swords and magic, how cool is that? I needed that, I think, for my own mental sanity, the refresher. But in general, when it comes to digesting the games that you've worked on, or even games that other people have created, obviously, I have an eye for example, this horribly empty-looking, area above. But I can turn that off quite well, I think. And I think I have gained, and it gives me a different perspective. I think many developers here will also feel that, you get to appreciate the medium in a different way as well, right? I get to acknowledge a moment where I think people have been very creative and very clever that might have been passed on or not even noticed by the average consumer.
Yeah, but I just love, by the way, watching you watching Cyberpunk. Okay, let's get more into detail. Let's dive into. Lena, you focus on games as cultural artifacts. So how does, in your opinion, Cyberpunk 2077 act as a cultural mirror for society? And what does it reveal about our current concerns with AI and technology?
Yeah, we've talked about it in the intro question already, I think, a bit, because obviously Cyberpunk is a very cool genre. It's a noir genre, so it's the modern noir or the future noir genre. What I found interesting while researching it a bit was also that I think like the original cyberpunk role-playing game was from 1984, and it always played something like 25 years in the future. And the next installment that was like the next edition played again 25 to 30 years in the future. Not 150, not 200, not 2000, but always like in the very near future. So this was always a noir dystopia of the near future. So this is going to happen to us very, very soon. And I think that, of course, Caroline talked about the rich and poor, in Germany we call it the Armreichschere, so the scissors that are opening, the gap between rich and poor is opening wide and wider, and I think actually in the 80s we have started feeling that that the rich people of our world, the economy of our world is getting a dynamic that is hard to catch, and that not everybody is following the American dream. Like, I mean, we're not even in America, but you know what I'm talking about. So I think that this dystopia of how are we as normal people going to live in the future is very much in there. And I love the game and the genre for that, because what it should be doing technically is to rattle us up and to say, like, if we don't stop this, maybe now, maybe in the next 5 years, it might actually come to a even more polarized version of our actual present nowadays. And I don't think we will be quite there yet in 5 years or 25, but I don't know, I don't think we will have like half removed faces with implants and stuff like that. But I mean, people are researching brain chips to basically insert knowledge, and half of me finds that very cool, and the other half is pretty horrified by that. So I'm not quite there yet in the decision. But yeah, that is something that the game works into and presents to us. The problem with entertainment, and I love entertainment, I do entertainment, I make entertainment, my books are entertainment, is that it usually covers stuff up in that coolness layer that we might not recognize the message beneath the game, right? So I think it's in there, and I think that people like to spend time in that world, and they might not notice that it's actually might be imminent, or some parts of that might be imminent in the future. So I'm not sure. We can discuss about that, and I'd love to hear feedback from community management, by the way. Like, do people actually see that a lot? Like, are they, like, is this serious to them, or is this like more entertainment to them? And I fear it's more on the entertainment side of things.
Yeah, let's pass that one to Caroline.
So and so. I think that a lot of people actually like to dive deeper into these topics. There's a lot of people that started with Neuromancer, right? They're really into the dystopian aspect. But what is true is that many of them see it as a set dressing for aesthetics. Not only cyberpunk, also Blade Runner, the whole like subgenre, let's say. And they're kind of role-playing dystopia. So what I notice a lot is that people are games as the experience space, you know? Like, they try out decisions that maybe they usually wouldn't do. They do talk about, would I have this implant in real life? How would this even work? Would I want a car that is like self-driving? Would I want not to have a partner but to have a machine? And those conversations come up, but for sure it's handy if it's all looking very flashy, right? Like, of course people really like that. I mean, maybe we'll talk about that more later, but actually the opposite is true when it comes to the community and their relation to tech, in that they search for connection. And usually what they talk about when they talk about cyberpunk is the human characters in the world and how they live in the world. So they talk about Judy, they talk about Panam, they talk about the characters and how it must be for them to thrive in the world. And even if you look at who's popular in the game, who does the community talk about? Of course they love Skippy,
yeah,
but they never would want to have only Skippy. They're always like, oh, I wish I could go on a ride with Panam, I wish I could experience this with Judy. And I think, and I'm of course like theorizing because I haven't asked my community, like, okay, from a philosophical standpoint, how do you see this? But when you observe them, it makes them kind of wary about losing connection to humanity. And that comes up at community events, that comes up on Discord. I'm giving a talk about that topic later, actually, exactly the emphasizing connection when the games are showing kind of the opposite. Yeah.
Last, you look at futures and the cultural representation of technology. I find that very interesting. How do you think cyberpunk aligns with or challenges the typical dystopian view of AI?
It kind of ties into the question that we've been discussing, whether this is utopia or dystopia. And this has actually been an issue for all of cyberpunk since the 1980s, because people were reading it, thought it was really great, and then didn't realize that in a way there was supposed to be a criticism behind it. So it's been leveled at cyberpunk as a genre that it's not clear enough on making a stance where that is actually dystopia. And it's true, if you do have money, that world looks pretty cool. If you don't have money, that's a problem. Right? So for anyone who's playing the game, playing V, making a lot of impact, getting a lot of money, it feels empowering, it feels cool, because I mean, you get all the technology, right? So that is the issue with any vision of cyberpunk, is that, you know, it's really shifting between who's got money and who doesn't, and where you fit in. So depending on how you see yourself, you might actually see this as a dystopia or a utopia. But when it comes to AI, I think the game plays a lot with the, because the original world was created in the 1980s, we do see a lot of technological representation of AI that is based in visions of the 80s. So the wall that is keeping out the major AIs that have taken over the internet, all of that stuff is very much reminiscent of the idea that AI will take over the world. We will actually be pitted against AI, which is a very classical cyberpunk theme, and it's been around since Skynet, Terminator, right? I mean, this is the idea here. Even before that, if you go back to HAL in Space Odyssey, right? So I don't think it's really that challenging the cultural concepts of AI, but it's picking them up, it's diversifying them. In the 1980s and original cyberpunk, nobody was thinking about a Roomba or a sentient gun, right? Essentially, or the vending machine. But they were thinking about the demons, and they were thinking about, you know, AI constructs. What's her name? Old Cunningham, the construct that they have in there, which is technically not an AI, but a person just digitized, right? So that is something that William Gibson's got in his, I think it's his second novel, Mona Lisa Drive. So this is stuff that has been around the genre for a while, and they're just using it, they're working with it, doing something new with it, making it playable. But the genre itself is from the 1980s and 90s, and you can see that in terms of how the technology is represented.
Not me choosing the corpo path in the beginning, but yeah, just wanted to
Just can chime in, since you said you missed Brandon. He's right over there, actually, on the right. You know, if you go to the left.
Oh yeah.
To the left. No, not this one.
In my playthrough, I actually didn't get to Brandon.
Turn around, Rohan, like on the right, but next to the stairs, on the right side of the stairs.
Oh, behind it,
Yeah, you see the garbage, like further to the right, that's a faster point. Okay,
behind that.
here on the left.
That's where that's these.
Behind the garbage container. I see I'm very good at giving instructions.
Go left, go
This
right.
is Brandon, there we go.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Okay, Caro, yeah.
I gave the microphone to Miles because I saw him twitch
Oh.
on several points.
You know, honestly, it's a bit of a tangent, but being very conversational about this, I thought it was a very sharp observation that, you know, even our version of cyberpunk is still rooted in these fears towards the economy and mega corporations from the 80s and extrapolating from that point onward. And maybe a fun little anecdote is that while we were developing cyberpunk, we took a long time, right? Officially, the development started in 2011, I think, with like a really small group of people just trying to concept it and all that stuff. And I remember there were conversations much earlier how we should even, you know, like with developing a new IP and all that stuff, right? Like how should we even represent and modernize it, or should we do it at all? How close to the source material do you want to keep it? And I remember one of the conversations we were having is also this sort of, should this version of Cyberpunk then sort of update it and sort of take it, instead of from the fears of the 80s, just kind of look at the fears that we have nowadays towards technology, where, you know, things are slightly different than they are portrayed in this world today, right? Like when you look at, you know, the big tech corporations and all that, it's not like people are being like hardcore exploited there. Oh, we can have that conversation, but like people want to kind of use the technology, right? They want to give their information, they want to give their data so they can use the services. There's it's pretty different to how it's portrayed here, where it's just, oh, it's the evil corporations and they're sort of like enslaving humanity and forcing them to do it. It's like much more sort of, you know, the clean sort of like, you know, if you look at maybe Psychopath, sort of white city utopia, I feel like that might be another alternative reality of like a cyberpunk setting than could have been, you know, if we had taken a different set of base assumptions from fears and extrapolated it from there.
I think also one of the strengths, we were talking about the technology and the AI characters, but to me, which was also really special, was this deep story of cyberpunk. So this one goes again to you, Miles. How did you manage to strike this balance between this AI technology in the game, but also keeping this depth of the story without like having this technology without overshadowing the story?
I mean, I'm not sure, like, I feel like there was a huge risk of it overshadowing the story, because it's very much part of it, right? Like, you know, you can sort of discuss the definitions, the finer aspects of Alt Cunningham being an AI or not, and, you know, how, and how, what that means for Johnny, because he's technically a similar thing than Alt Cunningham, right? Like, we have, with Phantom Liberty also introduced the you know, like a trace of the Blackwall AI, so basically powerful rogue AIs that have been locked away in the universe because they're so powerful, and we kind of treat them as these almost like Lovecraftian, you know, unknowable eldritch gods, right? That because they are so super intelligent, you know, we as mere humans can't really understand their motives and objectives and all that stuff, right? But that's very much part of the story that we're trying to tell, right? Like, and how this sort of, you know, constructed intelligence, this digitalized intelligence in this case, I guess, is sort of taking over your body, and like the whole, you know, I guess themes of death, being close to death, dealing with death, and you know how like this whole concept sort of winks with the idea of immortality. Is it or is it not? So I feel, you know, there was not so much a matter of trying to balance it as to kind of make sure that players get it, right? And that it is not too far in the background, that people actually see that this is a predominant theme. And again, like, we use the sort of side content in the world to always give like different sort of perspectives on the same sort of main themes that you're dealing with in the main quest line.
Yeah, if I may jump in there, what I love about the game, and I think I want to contradict myself here, because I think that games, of course, are or can be transformative media, so they do something to me and to my personality aside of entertainment, or in addition to entertainment. I'm not saying all of the games do it, we can discuss about Candy Crush, but a game like this, of course, with a story that delves so deep into transhumanist topics, and that is kind of like towards the themes that you mentioned. Basically, you're discussing every inch of the theme of when does a human person stop being a human person, or when does a machine become a human thing, or does have human qualities. So this is how many parts of us can we replace and still being or having a human soul, being a human person, And how many of these parts do machines or like, can we remove our body, like with Johnny Silverhand, and is he still a human being, right? So it goes in the shell, basically. So that is what I love about the game, and that is obviously something that people get, even like, though we're talking about entertainment, and I want to stress, I love entertainment, and I love it when like the themes of entertainment go so deep.
On that point maybe, and it might be surprising, is that our community has almost like book clubs about the game, and we hear a lot of times parents playing it with their adult children, or couples playing it together, or on our Discord, for example, we have a voice chat where people, when the game came out, they would meet and discuss actually the game and the themes that they would talk about it, right? So in a sense, they were treating it like a game, they were discussing the moral implications, they were discussing quests, they would kind of share notes on how they would do it, and also a lot of people were trying to max Skippy, right?
Yeah.
But other people would try to find a good ending in Night City. And at the frustration of realizing there's no good ending in Night City, that was a topic where they kept talking about it, and is there something that we could do to create a good ending, right? And yeah, Mike's laughing because he knows. And in that way, it was transformative for people. Of course, we will never find out how many people, right? It is still entertainment. Many people will play it, not think about it much after, and move on. But for many people, they came back to us and said it was transformative on how I maybe not think about technology, but how I think about the people in my life and the future I want to have. And actually, we had some projects from within our community that were like, I don't want my city to be Night City, and they started gathering trash in their cities and in their hometowns, right? So there are effects that I think go beyond the game itself, if you do it right.
It's also the theme of what happens when people and machines become indistinguishable, right? When we cannot say, is this a person or is this a machine? Or on the other hand, like, is this a ChatGPT bot or is this a real person behind that? So that are some deep themes that the game and the genre touch upon.
Yeah, and Miles, you were talking about your own sanity. No, for me also, I need, after some missions, I needed to talk to my friends who were also playing that game, because I needed not only emotional support, but check on, also their emotions after that. My decisions, did I do it right or wrong, like morally or whatever. And that's why I can understand what comes out of your community, just for your own sanity. And this is like, yeah, we can compare it to movies that made a lot with us. I think that was the same, like with Cyberpunk, at least for me and my group friends.
I mean, it goes a bit apart from like beyond the topic of AI, so just as a tangent, because we do love tangents at our company. There were definitely people that messaged us afterwards and that said, oh, because of a depiction of depression, for example, they now can empathize with people in their life that suffer from depression, right? So it is definitely something where the game gives you a safe space to experiment, even if it's ironic to talk about Night City as a safe space, but it gives you the space to ask yourself these moral questions, these emotional and mental questions.
Yeah.
And that's why I consider it actually a very social game, because most people that I talk to are like you, and they go to people and talk about it.
Yeah,
which is great for me.
Good job. Okay, Lars, you, in the context of your research also on mobility, how does Cyberpunk 2077's portrayal of technology-driven society align with potential future directions in mobility and also corporate influence?
Okay, that was a hard turn. From the yes, exactly. From talking about people and their depression in the game. In terms of mobility, I've mentioned this before, right? One of the things is we do see a lot of self-driving cars.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I do want to point out, and that is glaringly obvious, I think, to everyone in. If you're playing something like a cyberpunk game, if you're reading cyberpunk as a genre, if you're watching these films, we keep burning the fuel And that is something that in terms of futures research and in terms of mobility, if you want to talk about the future of mobility, we talk electric all the way. And that's not in the game. We love our cars, we love, everybody wants the red car. And that's kind of what we see in these games, and the genre in itself, it ignores the fact of climate change to a degree where nowadays you would say that's like myopic even, right?
Yeah.
So, and that is something that you see. A lot of the mobility in the game is still based around self-driving fossil fuel cars, or driving on your own. So there's a.
I have to, if I may, drop like some lore bombs here, because like one thing that the people in this universe have found is its own proprietary fuel called CHOO2, CHOO2. I don't know if it makes sense, I'm not a chemist. But like according to lore, I believe it was like a much more efficient sort of source of fuel for, like they're still burning stuff, but they're using a different sort of
using synth fuels.
Yeah, basically,
That
from my
would be a liberal
understanding,
dream,
and
wouldn't it?
you see it plastered everywhere as well, like that this is basically the kind of fuel they're using
Well, yeah,
for
but
their cars.
that would be my point, right? We're still burning fuel.
Yeah.
We're not getting to the point of public transportation, making it a different kind of city. We're not talking about public transport systems. We're not talking about, everything needs to be electrified. We're still burning fuel. We're just using synth fuels, which have been so much more efficient, which is a very liberal FDP kind of thing to say, right? I mean, that's the future we're producing here, which in terms of research, that's not where it's going. We can't be affording to do that for the future.
Yeah. You want to
I just want to be clear, like I generally agree with him. I just wanted to say that, we didn't ignore it. Yeah. Like climate change, I think, is very much like a big topic in the universe of cyberpunk, right? Like.
Yeah, to be fair, the world around the city is kind of burned to a crisp. So yeah, you
Yeah,
got that.
and then I think there's a lot of lore implications of the state of the rest of the world. I think Germany is one huge swamp or something. It's like it's a mess. And I also feel like in some parts, and this might be actually like a healthy form of self-criticism, we also kind of did not adapt all lore and elements into this, because I believe in the actual underlying lore, it's even mentioned that Night City has to deploy active measurements of cooling itself beyond just, like having an aircon in your car, because the temperatures during the daytime reach way past the 50s. So they, I think in the lore they use a gigantic system of fans that actually cool the city down, but cause regular power outages. So there's a whole lot of stuff that's going on that's being touched there. I think, now again I'm going on a tangent here, right? Like there's the whole thing with the Haitian communities in the game is because like sometime in the past of the game world, Haiti was basically completely destroyed by storms. So I think on the aspect of mobility, they took definitely literally a different turn and followed the dystopic sort of idea of it. But I wouldn't say that the lore completely ignores this fact.
And following on that, maybe this is also a question for the two of you, for Lena and Lars. So from the lessons, of course. So what lessons can real-world corporations and also tech developers learn from these dystopian portrayals like those in Cyberpunk?
I have come to a point where I am very disillusioned about our capitalist society being able to learn anything. I apologize for the stark futuristic outlook here, but we are ignoring the signs of climate change because we cannot damage the economy, and that is basically the world we're living in. So I think what could we learn a lot? We should learn a lot from games like this, or cyberpunk dystopias in general, that don't let it come to that, especially in a societal way, because like this, it's not fun living as it's fun in living in this world if you're V, but V is a base. I'm not sure, I'm not injurious, but you're killing a lot of people all the time, right? But I think, personally, I would probably be one of the people lying on the floor very quickly in this world. So that's the average Joe or average Jane in this world. So don't let it come to that like our society gets to an imbalance of rich and poor, where basically the poor are scrambling for parts and pieces in this world, like literally parts and pieces that you can implant into yourself so that you can become better and suppress other people. I hope we're better than that. We are more humane and more empathic towards each other. Than just like pushing people down as soon as we're stronger than them. So that is something we need to build a sustainable society as well as a sustainable environment and economy. So we need to balance strong and not so strong and weak, physically as well as mentally and psychological, and of course also in an economic way. So that is what we should learn and maybe can learn, but I don't think we will learn. I'm sorry.
Maybe Lars, you have a positive outcome.
Yes. Oh, sorry. No, I'm not here for that. No, but my view of what especially capitalist society is learning from these games is, I mean, there's a guy called Elon Musk who views this cyberpunk kind of stuff. He reads it, he loves it, and he builds the Cybertruck. That's his vision of it. I mean, if you're living in a world like that, you will need a tank driving through the city. That's why you build it. Right? That's his vision, and I think that's the thing there. Where I always go, I love science fiction, and I love how science fiction actually explores certain topics. But people like Elon just read for the fun parts of it and then just ignore everything else because it doesn't apply to them.
Use it as manual.
Exactly, and that's exactly not what it's supposed to be, right? I mean, there's supposed to be criticism here, but tech entrepreneurs kind of go, oh, that's a cool idea, let's do that, right? So the idea of Alt Cunningham being, forcefully copied into a digital world, yeah, someone's going to come up with that.
So if I may jump in there for a bit, I've been thinking a lot about this, like what is missing in games oftentimes, not always. So I tend to do serious games, games that are culturally or criticize culture, and try to delve deeper also into the zone between one person and the other, so going like into character work and stuff like that. So what is missing in games often, and it might be missing here, I haven't played it till the end, I'm not sure about this, your interest, I would be wildly interested in hearing your opinion on this, is that self-reflective part. Like usually games that are entertainment only serve, like they only cater to our coolness needs, to what we want to have and to see, and like they embellish everything in a pretty light, if you want to say it like that. And as soon as you give the game or the story or the characters a twist that makes you able to reflect on the matter, then it goes deeper, then it builds empathy, then it actually makes people consider and reflect the game too and what it means to them. So, and I think the game does that actually. I'm not sure like in what percentage, but that is always the case with entertainment and with all media actually. That like how much does it, like how much do we need to hear some topics, and how much do we get that actually to be able to reframe what we know, right? Am I making myself clear, or am I just rambling?
I feel like I kind of want to also add like the more wholesome side of this, which I believe me, I'll get there. Because I feel like with the weather and outside, just looking at us at this is sort of really quite depressing. But I feel like it's also okay to just play games recreationally, right? And a lot of the stuff that we're kind of consciously, because we're having an interesting conversation about this and trying to sort of look at games as an art form, we also must not forget that a lot of people are playing these and should play these just for the fun of it, right? Like in the end, it's a video game. We're trying to do some commentary here and there on life and make you think. And if we actually get that from you, great. That's an added bonus. But in the end, there's also a degree of sort of healthy escapism. Just the pure joy of playing a video game, and I think it's totally fine to not like play a video game, even such as this, where we put so much thought into crafting the narrative in the world and all that, and not take any higher lessons out of it.
Although, I mean, this is, of course, I'm very biased on this, but I do think that if you have a couple of million people playing and encountering the world, and if even 5 or 10% of them start asking themselves these questions, I think you kind of trick them into thinking about transhumanism and their own life experience through a fun package, right? And maybe about the systemic question of does the game reflect on things? Even in smaller things, I would say yes, because there's, for example, side missions like Cyber Psychos, where the game actually reflects on what happens to humans if they replace too many things, right? If they embrace this technology too much, like how much humanity can you lose before you stop actually being human and have to be put down, quote unquote, right? And this is not in any way presented in a good way. And I think it is sprinkled throughout the world that this is not something to strive for. And I don't want to go too political on Elon Musk, but I think that the majority of our audience is smarter than that. And like smarter than that in the sense of reading between the first layer of what they see. Not on the intellectual level, but just, of course, if you look at it first glance, oh, it's cool and shiny, but majority of people, I think, are able to look below and see the trash and see the devastation. Yeah, I will refrain from more comments about this.
Yeah, we're almost at the end of our panel. Before we head into our Q&A session, I'd like to close this round with also a question for each and every one of you. Yeah, so if we just talk about the themes of cyberpunk and looking at that, what would each of you think is the most important takeaway about the role of AI in our world today? So is there a message from the game that resonates with you? Like, yeah, considering also the blend between fiction and reality. I know it's broad. Try to answer it. Carlos handing over. Dana, you start.
Okay, I'll start. So I'm more on the critical side of ChatGPT and OpenAI and sorts. I think that ChatGPT and generative AI, and I know the term is not applicable technically, will be to blame for a lot of people losing their jobs, jobs they love, and that it's not like there's a money drain from creatives who produce art, or not so much art as Thomas said before, but a kind of art, or I think maybe not good art, but still art. And the money drain moves towards the US, towards Silicon Valley, towards the big companies, and there we are in cyberpunk. That we as a society, politically, we need to stop this kind of building up, like making rich companies even richer. Because today I actually read an article about very rich people with like millions or billions of dollars of money trying to spend their money and not being able to do that before they make more money, because the money reproduces itself, and we need to stop that, because that is a way into catastrophe for society as a whole. And we see that in cyberpunk.
Do you want to continue?
I'm not sure. I think that I will throw a curveball into this now that we have no time anymore, because there are some examples of using AI that we actually did use for cyberpunk that I believe are almost coming full circle. So it's a small anecdote, if I can, that we had between the base game and the expansion of Liberty, one of the main characters in the Polish voice cast, he died. And together with the family, it was actually decided that why not embrace technology, and the family and the estate agreed that with AI and the son voicing it, we would actually continue the legacy of this person instead of replacing a person or recasting it, or like, I don't know, diminishing the legacy, right? And this was a use of AI and a use of the future that maybe 10 years ago wouldn't have been possible. So the character could continue living and the family can actually see that person. Now this raises ethical questions, right? What if companies do that without the consent and everything? But in our case, it was done with the consent on the wish of the family to honor someone. And I do think that somewhere in this game or in this universe, there are some things that we could take. For example, what if someone, I'm making up a big bucket. What if someone loses a limb, right? What if someone has a disability? What if technology can actually help them live an equally shitty life, but an equal life, right? Like, what if someone can, with the help of technology, gain a bit of more participation? Those are also questions that in the game are alluded to, and because it's mostly dystopia, it's not discussed as much as I would want it to be discussed. But this is something that if we go the positive way, so not the Lena vision, but like the better vision of how can we use AI and technology for participation and accessibility and so on. I'm not optimistic, by the way. I don't think this will happen, but I'm saying it could. Could. Yeah.
I would actually piggyback off of that, because I think for me, to answer the question also is, like with all the technology portrayed in Cyberpunk, the game, whether it's AI or implants or whatnot, what we're always trying to kind of get at is that to fill the motive of shades of gray, right? Like it's hard to say whether something is inherently bad or inherently good. There's always sort of these shades of gray where there's aspects that, you know, can make it a good thing, and there's aspects that can make it a bad thing. And usually that comes from the responsibility of the people using the technology or how it's being used and applied. And I feel like the example you've given is like this, you know, maybe uncanny but also mostly wholesome example of how, you know, this technology can also be used to do something nice. We have the whole situation with, you know, like Brandon, which is genuinely a character that you want to interact with and that is actually kind of nice until, you know, realize that it's just trying to sell you something. We have this, and this one struck me because I wasn't aware of it until I actually played the game myself, like this, you know, pretty dark conversation about, you know, I think it happens when you visit the cemetery in this place, and then you can sort of see a kid basically blaming his father while they're mourning at the grave of their mother for not being rich enough to afford, you know, like these sort of the relic technology for them, right? Because the other family was able to do it, and you know, it's like you listen to that and you're like, man, that's fucked up. But you can also see how from the kid's eyes, like, it's a completely different perspective, right? And I think, you know, a game like this is a very interesting place to be able to ask these questions and, you know, sort of maybe even leave out the judgment. And that's something that we try to do in our games, is just kind of put you in these situations, try to portray them in as real, as reasonable and as possible, and let you be the judge on it, right? And the cool thing is that most people come away, you know, realizing like, ooh, this is maybe not so cool, right? But yeah.
Lars, as you're last, can you make it short?
I can make it short, but it's not going to be cheery. So for me, the biggest thing is the biggest takeaway is that it's not a question of, you know, how do you use technology, but it's a question of who owns the technology. And in Night City, everything is owned by big corporations who make the buck out of it. That's the issue. I mean, if somebody else is actually the copyright holder to your arm, that is a problem. If he's the actual copyright holder to the software that runs your heart, I mean, that's the kind of questions we're asking here. And for me, that is where AI technology and everything even becomes more problematic, is the ownership question. Who owns this stuff? And in the game, that is quite obviously a problem. So that would be my takeaway.
Dark, but I like that it was short. Thank you. All right, you guys, do you have a question?
From everything I would like to say big congratulations to the team on Cyberpunk. I've actually been following it up. And it reminds me a little bit of Detroit's Become Human. this is like, for me, it's like an inspiration to use this as, should I say, like avant-garde way of protesting, of highlighting the future possibilities, something that can happen. This is not really science fiction. In a way, science fiction also a way to tell corporations, a way to talk to politics about the dangers of ownership, copyright. So these things can be discussion. I'm thinking, are there plans, steps for like game teams to partner with politics to show them that, okay, this is what could happen in the next 10, 15 years if we don't take care of these issues, if we don't make policies surrounding this, and use this as an example for them to step into the scene, to see what other people could feel like, using like cyberpunk as an example. Because, for example, Elon Musk going there to, let's not talk about that, we saw the news, to the Tesla Cybertruck, but how, is there like plan for game companies to use this kind of things to show, to make politicians and other people have empathy and have better understanding so they can make better policies to ensure we have a safer future? Because this is practically, this is not just predicting the future, this is the future. Or we can all see it. How can we show policymakers and the possibilities and the dangers of what could happen if these things are not checked? I hope I'm able to communicate well.
There's this company, it's called the Digital Game Culture Foundation. Some of them are here today, and they organized this whole thing. And I'm bringing this up because there are foundations and companies that try to do exactly this, right? That try to go to governments, to politicians, and to present them part of games, like not every game, because there's also certain prejudice from some people that a game where you shoot guns cannot be a good lesson, right? There's some of that. But there are definitely initiatives and programs such as this also in other countries where this is happening. I do think from a company standpoint, it's sometimes very difficult to engage in this kind of conversations because there's a lot of pre-work that has to be done to even get certain politicians to understand this, right? Because you have to find the right people. That's where these people in the front row come in, right? You have to find the right politicians for the right kind of topic, for the right kind of game. And it's very rare, I think, that you have games with a clear mass market appeal, but also clear political lessons. I don't know if I even answered your point, but there are companies that are trying.
I work in the field of future studies where there's actually a drive right now to use science fiction as a way of science fiction prototyping, right? The idea here is that, as you said, this kind of game could be a prototype for the thinking about how the future is going to look if we don't do certain things. But in a way, it would mean, to quote Hamilton, we would need to be in the room where it happens, which usually humanities scholars are not.
Also, you mentioned Detroit Become Human, a game that does that very well, I think. So this is a game where you have an example where you have that part of the reflection about the topic, and that I would call one of the biggest series games, together with The Last of Us 2, by the way, which is also kind of like the AAA, quadruple A series game that's out there, that showcases themes that are very don't sit right with us and make us like reflect and think about ourselves. And that is what we need, but we also need to take ourselves as an industry, or more as an art form. We need to take ourselves as an art form more seriously, because we can trust people out there with topics that are harder. And we have several examples of that, to actually give them that and not only say, we're just an industry, we only make money, we're a business. No, we're not only a business, we're the biggest mass media out there besides maybe social media, and we need to go there.
All right, I'm afraid we don't have any time for more questions, but I'm sure you guys are around if you want to continue. Thank you so much, guys, for taking part in the panel. Thank you guys for watching. This is your applause. Cool. So after discovering the packed and neon-lit world of Night City, we're now traveling 11 years further into space. You guys are now watching Let's Play of Tacoma. This game is an exploration game where players investigate on an abandoned space station to uncover the events that led to the crew's disappearance. Yeah, I love these kind of themes. So one of the most interesting parts of Tacoma is actually the complex relationship between human and AI, and I think there's no better game that fits so perfectly to our panel title, which is Dreaming AI Utopias and the Future of Human-Machine Interaction. Wow. Let me introduce to you our panelists for today, who are Johanna Pirker, professor at Graz University of Technology. Also with us, Laura Schmidt, curator for games at ZKM Center for Art and Media Karlsruhe. And lastly, Christian Hubert, freelance cultural scientist. Big applause. Let's see if we can get this switch from dystopia to utopia. I find that a bit difficult, but hey, I love positive ways. Okay, let's start also this panel with an opening question for you to know the baseline that we're talking about. So Tacoma actually offers a unique perspective on human-AI relationships in a confined and also a futuristic setting. In your opinion, what aspects of the game best illustrates a utopian version of AI and human-machine interaction?
So what we see in all the games and then in all the movies, all the sci-fi books we've seen in the past decades, where everything is always really dark and everything is always a little bit terrible.
Yeah.
And in that case, in that specific game, they're really trying to tell a little bit of a different story and tell a little bit of a story about how AI can collaborate with us and how it can be a little bit of an aid, of a help. And this is something which again, I'm a computer scientist, I'm an AI researcher. We are researching, we are developing, especially in this realm. And for us, it is actually a little bit frustrating what is happening at the moment with this AI frustrations when we are seeing these days, because AI has so many interesting benefits to make the world more accessible for people, to help people to learn, to understand topics. And those are all really, really positive things. And like all this AI dystopia and especially misunderstanding of AI, because I think this is like one of the main points I would have, that I still believe that most of the people I would meet don't have a proper understanding of what AI actually means, which also comes from the artificial intelligence. Intelligence is a very misleading wording for what we see, and it's not something which is new. Like LLMs, this is something which is now hyping and which is not seen a lot. But like many of those systems, even though we had major milestones a couple of past years, are out there for decades. And this is something I think which needs a lot of more understanding in the general public, what AI means, what it can do also in a positive way for us. And this is something which I love about also positive games. It's super important to think in a critical way.
Yeah.
But it's very important, like we are already living in this really terrible timeline these days, right? So everything is going a little bit miserable. So we need to find proper ways to find tools, aids, technologies, innovations which are helping us also, and not always point to the most terrible possible outcomes, which eventually are not even technically possible. This was a long introduction.
Oh, that's fine. What's your take on that one?
Yeah, I agree, and because I want to point the light on another aspect, I want to talk a bit about something in the gameplay of Tacoma, what I really like. Maybe you've seen just a few moments ago, there was this, the main protagonist put her PDA into this wall interface, and the loading screen was starting. And what's many people don't know about the game, you don't really have to play it. You can just stand there and wait till the number reaches 100%, and then you go to the next panel, wait till it's 100%, and if you have all the data, then the game is done. So you don't have to replay it. Everything we are doing now is voluntary. And that's kind of also what we are hoping for when we talk about AI, that it takes all the work from us and we are only just doing the things that we really want to do, and that is what the game is offering us on a meta level. So if you don't want any challenge, if you don't care for the characters in the story, it's fine. We just wait till the game is over. We miss a lot of the fun of discovering the story, but still, I think it's very interesting because most games only give us story, only are nice to us when we are working for it.
Yeah.
So
working. That's
yeah. So it's called playing, but sometimes it's really working. So you have to do this, and as long as you don't do this, the game will not go forward. But Tacoma is different, and I think that's not an accident. I think the game developers wanted to do it like this. So everything you do in the game is voluntary, and I think that's points to what it can mean to live in an AI utopia.
I find that funny, Christian working, it fits so perfectly to my current game. I'm playing Ranch Simulator right now, and it's literally working, taking care of my cows and chickens and so on, but that's another story. What do you think about that?
I think that actually Tacoma draws a very human picture of an AI, I would say, and like you said, well, it's a very intimate gameplay, I think. You're even like a voyeur kind of person walking in on situations and then looking at them secretly even, yes. I think the work aspect that you said is very present in the game, and it's definitely something that is a positive effect of it. And I think something that is maybe also very discussed and probably comes with a lot of moral questions, but there is one character that gets into a quite personal relation with the AI that we're talking about. And I think this AI takes up this kind of companion. And we've heard this over the day several times, how people start to get emotionally attached to digital systems. But I think in this situation it works very well. There's a lot of respect. It's a very respectful treat, I think, of this technology. So yes, it draws a very human picture. Yeah.
Christian, you heavily focus on pop culture and the role of utopias and dystopias. So how do you think Tacoma differs from other games that tend to portray AI more in a dystopian way?
I mean, there are other benevolent AIs in other games. Think of Cortana, for example, in Halo. But what is different in Tacoma? Like you said, it's a AI that actually tries to help us, that builds up a relationship with us and with the crew members. What I think is interesting that for the most of the time, the game kind of tricks us into thinking, okay, this is just 2001: A Space Odyssey all over again. The AI is talking to us or to the crew members very nicely, like HAL 9000. So, sorry Dave, I can't do that, I can't open the door for you, you will die, I'm sorry. So, it sounds like the AI of Tacoma is the same way. But Odin, it's called, turns out, I don't want to spoil too much, but yeah, it's really, the twist of the game is, okay, the AI is actually not the bad actor here, there's something else wrong on the space station, and something else happened to the crew, and I think that's, I don't know of any other game that really does that. There are some that deal with AIs gaining consciousness and just thinking about what that means, but those games oftentimes tend to take place after a dystopia. So the world is ended, and now AIs are building a new world and learning what it means to be human, means to be moral. Yeah, but here we have a world that hasn't ended yet, and maybe doesn't need to end because the crew is nice to each other, the AI is nice to the crew, and the crew to the AI, and all kind of live in solidarity on the space station, and yeah, kind of defeat the real culprit. And who the real culprit is, I think we will talk about a little later.
Yeah, and it somehow gives you this calming feeling while playing. That's what I also really love about this gameplay here. So Johanna, with your research on AI utopias in games, which elements in Tacoma would you consider utopian, and what lessons can we draw from these real-world AI applications?
So what I find very interesting is this collaborative aspect. So I think a lot of research is at the moment targeting towards how we can use AI agents. So in that sense, I'm thinking of like LMMs, so we have a very not so visual aspect yet. However, like if we think of virtual tutors, for instance, which are guiding us through education, for instance, or like we had this topic before on a little bit of a, like again, dystopian side, where you have a virtual body or virtual therapy happening.
Yeah.
And I think like approaching a topic through also this this avatar-based space is something which is extremely powerful. And again, everything which is tackling a little bit of a positive light, in that sense, I feel great. From a game design perspective, I found this also particularly interesting because, I mean, we have this in Cyberpunk, we have this in many other games, but most of the games are sort of hiding everything which is tackled in AI. And this is like how we learned in game design in the past, that everything which is AI should be as invisible as possible, because we want to trick the player that everything is supposed to be smart, but the AI was always like in the background. But what really I appreciate about games like these, that they are putting the AI concepts as in the foreground as one of the main aspects of the game design. And this I find extremely interesting as a game designer, that you play around with the possibilities you have with AI as part of the game design. And as an educator, I have to say this is also super valuable that you learn about AI per se through games. If you have AI as a main element.
Yeah. Laura, how do you think Tacoma encourages people to think about complex topics like AI, like in this positive way?
I think we've touched on, well, the subject was briefly touched on in the Cyberpunk panel.
Yeah.
I think what Tacoma does very well, I mean, like you said, it doesn't have to be played in a but you can play it and you can look into every detail, and there's a lot of environmental storytelling that is being done. There is a lot of love for detail, I think, in the world that has been designed, and well, we can see it here. You're like sneaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like sneaking into very emotional and private situations. So you get to know each of the characters. You read text messages. You can read letters. And I think on this level, you get emotionally involved. And I think earlier this was debated, but I think these kind of games can foster empathy. They can take you or emotionally involve you in a situation that you would normally maybe not be in. And just because of reading this, trying to understand what has happened in this situation on this space station, I think makes you get involved emotionally. And I think this is also something that in the end, through this participation, you start to think about certain subjects. And in this case, well, AI is very present. So I think just by playing it, by getting these kind of insights and contacts, you think about what is actually happening around you. And I think, well, in the earlier game we were saying that maybe it can be easily overlooked. I think in this one, unless you really just let the timer run through, it is not so easy to miss it.
Yeah, I find that super interesting too. Christian, with your given your background in cultural studies, do you think Tacoma represents a realistic version of future AI interactions?
I mean, maybe of the interactions, but not necessarily on AI, because in this regard, the game still is kind of a fantasy version of AI. So we will probably never see AIs that truly are empathetic, that have a conscience and can decide to help us and not just follow a certain pattern that tends to help us. So that's the same with HAL 9000. HAL 9000 does not kill the crew because it feels like doing it. It does so because that's its goal, is a mission, and from a completely logical point of view, the crew is in the way of the mission, so it kills it. So and Tacoma is different. So the AI at some point makes a decision, okay, I have to choose either the corporation that owns me, either I listen to them, or I listen to the crew that need my help, and I will find a way to help them. Yeah, so this is not, I don't think that it's really realistic, but how the AI is shown to interact in the game, I think that's quite interesting and diverse. So we already talked a little about the AIs helping the crew, that takes many forms. Odin is planning a party.
Yeah.
It helps a crew member through a panic attack by just helping the person cope with it, just telling him you're on a nice, you're in a nice forest, everything is quiet. I don't know, count the things in the room, such things. So, or it counsels another crew member how to deal with a relationship that's not working out so well. So yeah, I think these are all things that AI sometimes already does. So even in the early history of AI, one of the first AIs was Eliza. I think it was developed in the early 80s, I'm not sure. Dr. Stefan Helmke isn't here anymore, so it's not so bad if I say it wrong. He would correct me. Yeah, he developed, Richard Weizenbaum developed an AI called Eliza, and he really developed it to show that you can really easily trick people into believing that a computer program is intelligent, because the AI, with air quotes, simulates a therapist, and it does so by mostly just repeating what the people write as a question. So, I'm feeling sad. And the AI answered, why are you feeling sad? But people really got something out of that interaction. And they genuinely talked to Eliza and had the feeling, oh, here's something listens to me. And I think that, especially with LLMs today, so this is not, I think that's not the best scenario to outsource something like therapy to an AI, but as a first step towards finding help when you're in a crisis, I think that would be a utopical use case for AI, and yeah, it's quite nicely shown in Tacoma.
Can I, sure, how much spoiler can we do? That's a basic question, because I would spoil a lot, but I think there is an important or an interesting aspect to it.
Well, we could do a poll. So
okay.
How much? Okay, who is for spoiling? Who? Oh wow. Okay, they want to hear what you want to say.
So I don't have a moral problem here. What I find, I don't know. I've been thinking about this a lot. So there is this AI which is locked in this ship. We learned, for example, that in this universe, AIs are not supposed to interact with each other. They are locked away from each other. They cannot, exchange. And in the end, what we are presented with is an AI that has to take a moral decision, and I mean, well, so it's not probability in the end, it's really a question of probably, yeah, very human question of do I save someone even though I have, even though I was actually ordered to not do so. And I think what you could understand is that the other AIs that are working more closely together with the corporations, well, AIs, that are working more closely with the big corporations, which are also a thing in this universe, and we've talked about this briefly. They are very profit-driven. There is like this capitalist thinking, and then you have this AI that is locked in with a bunch of people having very private conversations with them, starts to live with them, and in the end decides to save the bunch of them. So I think it goes beyond maybe what has been talked about, and I think this is like this is something which is discussed a lot, because you would even say, well, it's got a conscience. And this is maybe the utopian idea of saying, okay, depending on how we treat technology. And this is like making a very, I mean, just like,
but can that not also be scary?
Of course. No,
right?
I mean, and I'm just like rambling maybe, but I'm just saying, not as a scientific base, but I think these are the questions. It's not only so much about AI, but it's also about moral and like how do you get to connect to each other. And of course it's scary.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is maybe others can relate, but when I started using ChatGPT, when I started to have Alexa in my home, I was like, please, could you write a text that is so-and-so, thanks. And that was my first moment of trying to like interact with this technology, and now it's like, write a text, so-and-so, use these points, and no thanks, no whatever. And of course, this is nothing that is going to be future problem.
We'll see.
But, yeah,
No.
These were aspects that I thought were quite interesting about AI in this game.
Yeah, it is. I'd like to dive more into the human and the AI relationship, and this one goes to you, Johanna. So, Tacoma explores the themes of trust and collaboration between humans and AI. So from your perspective, how can games like this contribute to building a more positive outlook in AI in the real world?
So I think we talked about many of those aspects already, like games per se. I think one of the most powerful forms of media we have out there. If I think of books or movies, of course we have very interesting insights, but in the end there will be always like a passive person either reading or sitting on my couch and eating the popcorn and seeing a very sad documentary and then, whew, glad it's not me. However, like whatever game I'm playing, I will always be part of this experience. And this is something which is super powerful and I think a little bit overlooked still, that you already mentioned this, that it can really, it is called empathy machine for many reasons. And I think like it will be a very powerful learning tool when we add more decision makings within the games, these forms of interactions. I mean, also like if you're saying you were just observing, we're still making these decisions what to observe, how to observe. So it's not like we're just like a passive bystander. So we're still making small decisions on what we focus on. And this is super, super interesting and super powerful about games. And that's why I'm always super excited when games are daring to also talk about not so fun topics and eventually like, again, not only critical topics. Again, I'm a super sci-fi fan. We also use sci-fi prototyping and Sons of Forth for our students to, when they develop new tools, that they also think about the negative potential society implications. However, we also need to talk about the positive aspects. And this is, I think, like one of the few examples where especially this topic is also tackled in such a positive way. Like a little bit of a like more positive note. I don't think like everything is per se like you just mentioned this, it makes us think, right?
Yeah.
And it also immediately goes into dark thoughts, because we are so triggered to immediately think about AI together with the dark thoughts. I think this is still this Terminator fear. But again, like I feel like it's a super powerful tool, and I would love to see more of those.
Christian, would you agree with that, especially when it comes to the human and AI relationship within the game, the interaction?
Yes, definitely. And the game is also an utopia on the level of society. So we've seen cyberpunk, so technology really did a good job with this world and this society in the game. So it's pretty broken. It's different into Coma. So the like the player in the game is not really necessary to finish it. The crew on the space station is not really necessary on the space station. So it's pretty early established that they are only there because a union fought for them to be able to remain on a space station. So they fought for the so-called human oversight accord, so a kind of law that says every AI has to be looked after by humans, and because you can just send one person on the space station, they have to send others, someone who's a medical doctor, others who can deal with the technical stuff and the like. But basically they don't have to be there, and the company that owns the space station wants to automate it fully. But it's also established that sometimes the AI makes failures, and it's good that the human is there to say, hey, that's not correct, please do something different. So I think this points to something important. So we see it with LLMs, so they are pretty impressive most of the time, but then when they fuck up, they pretty epically fuck up. So like ask them to count the letters E in strawberry, and it fails. It's such an easy task, but it's because of how it's built, it's not capable of doing that. So and that's what's pretty smart about the Coma, that it deals with these kinds of topics. It's not just about is AI good or bad, can it do everything, or is it just evil? No, it's much more balanced in its approach, and says, hey, it's pretty great, it can do a lot of stuff, and it could more or less run the space station alone, but it's better that humans are also there, and the humans too are profiting from the AI. Like I said, for example, when someone has a panic attack, the AI is able to help, or
I also, you wanted to add something, sorry.
I was just thinking, it's like sometimes you don't know who is actually looking after whom. Because you've got this AI that is looking after the humans, that they are celebrating Obsolescence Day, which is like the day when human worker unions made it possible for them to be in these stations. So everything's prepared by the AI. You get like all the recipes, you get the cake is totally ordered by the AI. It says I want it with red sugaring, and I would so and so many candles and so many grams of whatever. And it ends up you don't know who's looking after whom. It's like it's a circle of looking after each other.
Yeah, it has so many layers. Christian, I want to also go into the topic of eco games. So, how could Tacoma be positioned in the context of eco games? Do you see a connection there?
I mean, it's probably more a question for you. What do you mean with eco games? Games that deal with sustainability?
Right.
Okay. I mean, the game does a pretty lot of world building. So when you look at all the nodes and documents you can find, I'm not sure if I remember clearly what the information entails, but I'm pretty sure some documents also talk about the state of the world. So it's a lot has happened. So we had Cyberpunk 2077. Now we are in the year 2088. So 11 years later. Yeah, but I can't really remember anything eco-related. So I know that in this world, Canada does not really exist anymore. It merged with Singapore. And the US also split apart into small different countries. So yeah, maybe you have more ideas.
Yeah, no, I agree. I wouldn't exactly know where to tackle this game under what we could say eco games. I think it has a lot more political questions to it, so it's a lot more of I mean, well, there are like different kinds of tackling these kind of questions, and of course there are like eco games that or games that treat subjects about sustainability and climate change that have been focusing a lot of technology as a matter of solving certain problems, but I wouldn't say that's the only way that we can actually go. And I think what you can see here is a lot more cooperativism, spaces like vacation homes being built in orbit. Everyone wants to have his own space. We can always see that when we're in the lift, that there's this whole idea about rented space in space. And I mean, this is something that in society has been talked about. We've mentioned Elon Musk already, and the mission to go to Mars and inhabit that. But I wouldn't be so sure that this is a take for us really to rely fully on technology in our future in this sense. So I think it's difficult to read this game under these criteria.
Yeah. Do you wanted to add something?
What the game does is talk a lot about the externalities of capitalism. So not explicitly about climate change maybe, but it talks a lot about what it means to apply technology to a society. So these crew members and the union fought for them to be able to be there because the whole game makes it very clear every one of them has a backstory, every one of them has dreams, has a family, and they need to earn money. So to buy food or to help relatives to go to university, but the whole system they are working inside makes it really hard for them. So fighting for their rights is kind of the only option they have, even if they are on a space station where they are more or less obsolete. But we talked about it before here on the panel. What does AI mean for creatives? So is everybody then just asking a generative AI to create, I don't know, a video game character? So best case, an artist has more time for other things. Worst case, we need less artists. And just fire them. So it's also a game about how to deal with the externalities of capitalism. What can we as a society do to allow people that might lose their job to still have a meaningful life in a world where AI exists and takes a lot of the work they would usually do away from them.
Johanna, when we look at game development, what role do you think games should play in educating people about the potentials of AI, just beyond just the entertainment part?
So in general, like there are different sort of games, right? Not every single game has to educate, but I see so much power in having more games that are actually taking the role of educators. Because again, like I think
like every sort of medium, like film, we have a lot of entertainment
Yeah.
films for pure entertainment, and we have documentaries. And I feel like there's still so much more space for like documentary games, but also games, and some of the games which I found super interesting in the previous panel about cyberpunk, where it's taking so many positive and negative aspects of AI within one game, and I think there's much more thought in this game than many people actually like realize. So I see a lot of potential and a lot of actually also responsibility to at least consider some of the topics which are supposed to be a little bit included in the games, to not just be put there, but you eventually a little bit talked through. But I also have to point out that I don't see the role, particularly only in the game developers, but also in our educational system per se. So at least in Austria, we have some examples for games which are being already partly used in schools as part of the curriculum, so that you can actually have a game like Path Out. I don't know if this rings a bell. It's a game about a Syrian refugee coming to Austria. It's a very strong game to teach empathy. And in that particular game, it's not like you can play it and understand it if you're a 12-year-old. You have to have someone to talk you through that. And if there's a resistance in our society, in our school system, and so on and so forth, to not again think about the potential of games to use this educational tool on the one hand, but also then actually like talk through this and have the experts sitting directly in the educational system. So if there's no teacher who can talk then with the school students about what they just played or like seen or experienced, then it will not have the educational effect we want to have. So I think we need to see this from different lenses. And one of them is certainly that there's the role of the experience, the person also having the experience, but then someone taking over the discussion, because this is part of the I think this was also in the cyberpunk panel, that it was so nice to have someone, you mentioned this, to have someone talk about the experience. And this should be in an educational context, eventually a parent, eventually an educator, a teacher. So school books, or at least some material helping to understand then those experiences, have talking points. Like reading a book and then have to talk.
Yes, this reflecting part.
Reflecting part, yes. This is also part, should be part.
Yeah, and not only reflecting with yourself, but in a group.
Maybe talk with the AI system to reflect about the game. It just brings them here.
And could you see also Tacoma as an educational tool, like especially this game?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan if it's really small games, so games which would not be longer than an hour or so. So Path Out is, I feel, a very good example, because it's a game which is like 45-ish minutes long. Because again, we still have to, I don't know, fit it into a curriculum, into a lot of experiences, and the short they are, the more approachable, accessible they are, the easier it will get. So I think it goes in a very interesting direction. It has super interesting talking points, but for educational games, this is what I always would recommend, to keep it short, keep it as accessible as possible. This is super accessible though, because it does not come with complicated puzzles and so on and so forth. But yeah.
Cool. So when we think about utopias, like this one here in games, what would each of you do, like what you think should be the next step in representing AI in games to further encourage the potential more of a positive human-machine interaction? What would each of you think? Maybe we'll start with Laura.
Well, I think probably it goes in the direction of what Johanna just said. It's educating about something. This means risks as well as possibilities. So I think, yes, in this sense, it needs probably stories, situations, games, environments that present you with conflicts, moral conflicts, or whatever problem, so that you have to position yourself, and I think this is something that games can achieve quite well, that you have to position yourself against maybe sometimes your own actions. And I think this is a way of getting in contact with the technology that, I mean, even if we're talking about AI all day, there are so many people that are still not in, that haven't really had this contact in their everyday life. You don't, like, it's a media literacy thing. So maybe that even if you just can manage to get across to people what it actually means, how it might change our futures, all these things that we've been discussing today about. I think what games have is a very broad audience, or a potentially big scene, and I think this can be used to reflect on certain topics close to what you just said.
Yeah, thanks. Christian, maybe you continue.
Yeah, I would like to see more utopias in games in general, and not utopias like, okay, here's a world with AI and it will just somehow magically work out. So more like utopias in the original sense, so as an instrument to think about a good future and how it can be accomplished. So how can a future with AI look where people don't get unemployed, and where not only AI slop is created that's just generic pictures, generic text. So how could that look like? So really think about it, so we again can use it as a tool for learning, and we can look at it and say, okay, this might be a way to go. So what we have is a lot of dystopias, how it can go wrong. Yeah, but we need more utopias that think about how things can go right, I think.
Yeah, it's also with, like, when I consume movies, I cannot only consume this one genre. Yeah, I love dark sci-fi stories, but if I just consume these dystopian stories, I don't know what would happen to me, so I need both of them.
In sci-fi literature, there's now the genre of hope punk, there's also solar punk, so there are a lot of new genres created for exactly that use case, so, but I don't know of a lot of hope core games, so there are some cozy games, but that's, I think, not the same.
Maybe someone feels inspired. Johanna, what about you? What would be the next step for representing a more positive human-AI interaction?
So I think, like also under the things I just heard, I think in the end we must also consider that the utopia for one of us might be a dystopia for the other person. And this is something I think we also need to think a little bit more critical in that sense, that there is not this one perfect world for all of us, because otherwise we would not see in the real world so many conflicts these days. And I think, like, I find it quite interesting, like, since we are living a little bit for our point of view in a very, very, how do you say it? We are living in very interesting times. And there will be no perfect solution that fits everything, but, like, also seeing at least some positive ways. And what you just said reflected quite heavily, that we need to find, like, at least some scenarios, some aids which help us to reach not maybe the perfect utopia for all of us, but at least some helping scenarios, some positive scenarios. And that's why, like, for me personally, I'm always very, like, of course we see so many downsides, potentials, like potential threats of the current AI movement. I'm very critical about that, but I really want to also always point out the potentials we have. Like, again, involving people with special needs, make the world more accessible, more inclusive, more diverse, and then thinking about making us think about potential ways how to reach that, and it's super powerful. That's why I think I would love to see more, a little bit critical but also positive games and environments, making us think about not how to go through the worst case scenarios.
Yes.
Because also like the cyberpunk example, again, there are people which lost their limbs and can now walk again, but we continue to talk about all this negativity. So I think giving us tools to think about solutions and not about the end of the world.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to open up our panel discussion for questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Yeah, maybe later someone comes up. You're still staying or heading? Oh, no, you're still staying. Okay, right. So if you have any question to our panelists, just approach them. Thank you so much for joining us here on this beautiful game. I actually just started playing it. I know you spoiled, but it's okay. I will still play it to the end. But yeah, that's the democracy. The poll is decided. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, thank you so much. This is your applause. Yeah, we're heading into our last Let's Play panel discussion of the day. It went by so quickly, but yeah, we're still not at the end. So we will talk about the impact of AI innovations in game development. And with this title, we will be accompanied by the game, which you can see here, Uncover the Smoking Gun. In this narrative detective game, players gather clues and uncover secrets in a futuristic world. It just sounds perfect for me as I love crime stories. AI plays here a huge role as the AI adapts dynamically to players' choices and behavior, by creating then this personalized and immersive experience. And now let's start into our panel, and I'd like to introduce to you our panelists, which are Thomas Bedenk, freelance strategic advisor for XR in games and AI. And also with us, Mathis Lindner, EU Acceleration Manager at Spielfabrik. Welcome to the stage. Happy you made it. Professor Marion Planck, Professor of Game Art at IU International University of Applied Sciences. This is your applause. Oh, it's fine. Now we're here all together. Great. So AI is rapidly reshaping the gaming industry in a way I think that we might not have anticipated just a few years ago, maybe. So to start, could each of you share your thoughts on what you see as the most exciting or impactful innovation AI brings to the table for game development? Let's start with you, Thomas.
Hi. Okay, that's we've seen so much about AI. It's hard to pick one thing.
Yeah.
But I think making data that you already have in your company more accessible through large language models is a very powerful example. And changing the interface of how you can use a computer as a human being. That's also a very powerful example.
What about you, Maya?
Yeah, so I thought about this question a long time. A lot of things are interesting in terms of prototyping for games and efficiency and what have you. But for me as a researcher, it's most interesting that we talk about human creativity again, because we compare the machine to the human, and artists finally talk about their rights and what it means to create and what defines human-made art and machine-made art. Not comparing those two or one is better than the other, but we talk about it. And it's very interesting as a creativity researcher that the machine pushes to talk about human-made art.
I want to contribute maybe the most boring answer to this, which is the thing that gets me the most excited is that developers get to cut out tasks that are not development anymore. Again, from their workflows, so that people spend less time writing proposals to fund their financing, less time to write applications for awards and all of that, but just focus on making really good games. That is to me one of the biggest wins that we already can see in the development of AI.
Yeah, and it's not the most boring answer to that question, because it's an important one. When we talk about AI, I think in most of the heads of the people is AI in making the games, creating the games, but having or owning a studio or working in a studio is so much more than just creating the game. You have this administrational part that can be tackled by AI tools. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, and we see that being one of the biggest hurdles, right, for success in studios. That it's not that their technical skills are not on par, like with what gamers like to see at the moment. All indies that I work with and that I see are fantastic designers of games. It's usually the business side that is making the game or making the success of the studio suffer.
Yeah. So let's talk about Uncover the Smoking Gun. So this game uses AI to drive its core gameplay, mechanics, and narrative. So in your opinion, maybe each of you could share your opinion on how does AI enhance the storytelling of this game and the player experience in this specific game. Thomas, you want to start?
Okay, I won't be as short with this answer as the first one because it's tricky. So let me say. So here you have these robots, and you can have free text conversation with them, and you have to solve the case by talking to these robots. If you look at how text adventures were made, you had a story, you had a game designer who was fully in control of the world, was fully in control of what you can do and what you can't do. But you had a huge disconnect between what the person wants to do, wants to say, and wants to express versus what was possible in the game. So there was an uncertainty close to the per player and the interface. With integrating large language models into games, I'm trying to be a little bit more specific and not just always say AI because there's so many different kinds of AI. Integrating large language models in games like this, the uncertainty shifts. Because now you have this still rule-based system that is your game design and your game world and your algorithms. And then you have this black box machine learned model which you can only access by its output and input. And you can steer it by the input, by the prompting, and you can involve it into your game loop with the output. So the uncertainty is shifted away from the player not being able to express themselves to the game designer understanding what the large language model does with the input. So it's a huge shift, and what excites me about this is there's such a huge design space for game design that can be explored there, and it also has so much potential to make games more accessible and more expressive. But it is very challenging to do it well. And I think we also see in this game that, in my opinion, it was completely successful in doing that. But yeah, maybe I come back to that later. I don't want to make my answer too long.
Marion, how do you see it?
Yeah, so until very recently in all my courses in university, I taught true interactivity is not possible because this is said by Chris Crawford, who is a like an author who writes about detective storytelling, and we took it as granted in all my course materials and in all videos. I say like true interactivity is not possible because it isn't. It's always shaped by the control of the designer, as you said. And now I have to change my course material because now it theoretically is possible because the machine could choose the dialogue and the plot, where until now we had the full control, and control is a super important topic when it comes to that. So it could be truly interactive, and we as designers are in the black box now, and we do not know what our game probably does. It's exciting, as you said. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Matis, would you agree to that? Add something?
No, I absolutely agree with that. I think that the potential space is immense, and it's like this game is fantastic because it kind of shows that, right? But it also kind of still lives in this uncanny valley that AI is often still in. And I saw a review after playing the game, because I was interested in hearing what other people thought of it, that said the tendency of ChatGPT sometimes lying to us about what they know and what they don't know added to the mystery of this game, of like solving a puzzle. And I think that makes a point that's really cool about this, is that we see the designer, we see the game designer in the use of the AI because they intentionally designed a game around this idea of using AI, or maybe vice versa, where the current state of how large language models work, or also sometimes don't work, are part of the story, are part of like how as a detective you uncover things, because you uncover their lying, basically, you uncover their incongruences. And I think that's just fantastic to see.
I think, for example, talking with this reception robot in the beginning is wonderful, you know, like it always rhymes and it throws stuff at you. It always says the same thing, more or less. Let's go find out who it is and what. But it's just fun to get unlimited creative, more or less. Let's see what creative means. But answers to your questions, and when it comes to then, and that's a free dialogue, and it's just nice to get all these answers and laugh about them, or have a smirk on your face. For example, yesterday I was at a Berlin elementary school, and I talked to the kids and showed them AI, and we recorded a podcast about AI, and it was just also a very similar experience. It was fantastic to see the kids. They first set a topic for animals or whatever, and then getting them going with this topic was much easier by just having a casual conversation with the AI. And they were actually talking to Gemini or ChatGPT, it doesn't really matter. It's still their creativity that triggers the outcome of what the AI creates. Because as we heard the explanation a couple of times, what you input is actually the creative part.
Yes.
So the model only takes the whole context of what you input and then adds to it, basically. So the human still triggers what the output is. It's just not a direct link, because there's probability, there's some randomization in it. But you can achieve something in a very, very accessible, very human way of starting a conversation, and that's one of the most normal things we can do as a human talking. And up until recently, that was not accessible for computer games. You were not able to just talk to a game, and now you are able to talk to a game. Just building on top of that, with the limitations that we have in these systems right now, is very complicated, and that's where I find some of the limitations in how it's implemented there. You're trying, you're giving a context to the robots already, you're saying what their role is in the game, so that's the input of the game designer. But then, for example, you have a conversation and you actually reach a goal with the robot you're talking about, and he says, yeah, that's a great idea, I'm gonna whatever, manipulate the other robot, but the game can't respond to it because it only has a limited set of rules where it recognizes certain keywords, and these keywords are then triggering gameplay.
Yeah.
And that's where it breaks a little bit. That's where it falls apart a little bit. But it's a decent try at it, and it's kind of it's smart in saying, okay, these are robots, they might lie to you. So it's covering up those limitations of the LLM.
Mario, you said before, oh, let's see what AI brings for us designers. I want to go a little more deeper in that one. So how do you think generative AI is changing the creative process for game artists?
Yeah, I wanted to quickly also add on that,
Sure.
This also, I don't know if it's intentional, it reminds me nostalgically of the text-based adventure games of yesteryear. Most people are maybe too young to remember, but maybe it's intentional, that the limitation, and you find out, you put in go north, and it says, oh, you can't go north, and you go south, and then you go south, and you're like, yes, it did something. Yeah, so I wanted to add that. But as for Gen AI, in the same realm for artists, now we need to give up a little bit of the control, right? We try making games is basically trying to wrangle technical limitations and creativity into a box and pushing it all together and then hoping the player enjoys it. And now with Gen AI, if we really want to use it in game development in whatever capacity, we need to admit to ourselves that it is a slot machine that we pull and pull and pull. And maybe we use something of it for inspiration, and each of you needs to find their own path of how to use it. But it cannot be the same process anymore as it was before, that you use it as concept art and model it and rig it and animate it. The process needs to change. So here indies are very much in the advantage because huge AAA companies, and we're all afraid all the artists will be replaced and all the creators will be replaced, that they cannot change their processes so fast. Yeah? They are big, giant machines. Like indies can adapt faster. So, like with this game, we need to find out where can we take the strengths of this technology and ignore the weaknesses a little bit and use it to our advantage, but not try to make it do something it cannot do. Maybe we can talk a bit later about that.
Mathis, in your work at Spielfabrik, you also focus on studio resilience. So how can AI play a role in supporting the stability for game studios, aside from the administration part that you mentioned in the beginning?
Yeah, so at Spielfabrik we found that basically there's 3 factors that contribute to studios surviving longer. One is innovation potential. There's the capacity to anticipate. And the last one is an emotional resilience. Now with emotional resilience, AI cannot really help. For that we need more therapists, more mentors, that's also stuff that we work on. But with the other 2, AI can, because both are a lot about rapid prototyping. It's something that we've talked about before here. Yeah. So AI can really help, or AI-powered tools can really help developers churn out ideas quicker, get proof of concepts done quicker, and understand quicker what works and what doesn't. And that can really accelerate the process by which studios get to a game that they actually get to work on. And the other thing that I think AI tools are really good at, because they are by nature predictive, is working with scenario development. And that's where anticipation really is coming to fruition when studios can take the data, like their business data, they can take their ideas about what they want to do with their company, and they can push it into large language models, into AI tools, and get feedback, like get just like predictive feedback on what that could mean in like terms of optimistic, pessimistic, realistic scenarios, and can go from there really to work even in data prediction, right? In data prediction into the future. That's something that current tools, AI-powered tools, already can do, just because they're predictive by nature.
And sticking with the studios, which type of studios do you think, or do you believe, stand to benefit from it by implementing AI, and which studios should be also more cautious?
I think I'm with Marian on this one, that given the current landscape, I think indie studios, small-scale studios, have the biggest potential in changing processes using AI tools. Although we also see some studios being a bit hesitant because so it has the reason is the same, because right now the space in which AI tools are generated and offered to the public is Wild West, right? There's like one or two companies that are doing it on a large scale, but mostly like there's not enough regulation out there yet, there's not enough precedents out there yet to really solidify that, and the Wild West is really making it possible for young developers to just take on tools very, very easily at low costs. But the same Wild West sort of situation is also making developers anxious about what does it mean in terms of the legal risks that I'm taking. Something that I think we've also talked a bit about before today.
Yeah.
And also, of course, of the ethical ramifications, right? Because that's something that indies are really concerned of. So I think it has those both sides. Though I still think that's where we are right now, and this might, and I'm fairly certain it will change in the future, not because the tools will radically change who it is useful for, but because the business models around the tools will change, and it will become maybe, potentially, hopefully not, but less accessible for younger companies.
Thomas, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, just I only partially agree, because I do think there's a huge potential for indie developers to say, I don't care about the risks, I don't care about the artists, I know this, I don't care, I just do it. And that's their advantage, changing the processes that are not as established as big studios. However, the big studios have much more data, they have much more pre-existing content, and they can actually avoid the risks that the indies have to take by building their own trained models. So, an example, Into the Spider-Verse, I don't know if you've seen that movie, probably a lot of you. It has a great, fantastic artistic style. I think I really enjoyed watching the movie. One element out of that movie, for example, are these outlines that are drawn in certain spots. They're not consistent outlines. They're on certain spots. What they did for this movie is that was kind of a post-production effect. They trained artists to say, where should those lines go? And machine learning looked at all the lines, and then a system was developed that was actually processing all the frames of the movie to draw those lines after the instructions of the artist. It's a very creative use and a very cool use of machine learning. But if you extrapolate that to all the data that big companies have, it can also be a huge advantage for the big studios. And also when you look at the creative process, I think what you said before, it's not just that we often look at the very visually obvious image generation and look at that as a creative process. And by the way, mood bots we've been using for a long time, so why shouldn't part of the mood board be AI generated? But the creative process also involves other things. For example, easy access to your data. If you have a huge database, like a lot of the free-to-play games and so on have, for example, of things happening in the games, player interacting with the game, you have to be a data scientist to really make any sense out of that. And a lot of the games in this domain are very data-driven in a sense that it's not a creative decision. It's more of a, I use a SQL query to figure out what I should do so more people buy this or that. If now you use AI to tap into that data and make it more accessible to the game designers rather than the data scientists, and they just in clear words say what they want to figure out, and it's automatically translated to SQL queries, and it taps into the data and asks questions that the data engineer would never ask. I know this is all simplified, but I just want to make it understood that it's not just I paint a picture meaning a creative process. You know, if you use those capabilities of AI, machine learning, LLMs, and so on, to tap into these kind of data pools, that has a huge potential. And in this case, the big ones also have a huge advantage there to be able to do that.
But does it also mean that the big studios, again, are the winners here?
I don't think it's that simple, because we looked at advantages for both sides. I just don't see the clear winners in this. Yeah, you can look at it from different perspectives, and is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? It's normal that you have big companies and small companies, and both have their target audiences, and like I mentioned earlier, a lot of mediocre stuff is created and makes a lot of money. You can find that wrong, or you cannot find that right. I think there's not necessarily something bad. The bad part comes in when the distribution of wealth is not fair, but that's a whole different question than using a certain tool to be creative. I think it's not this direct line and logical connection, because we're talking about other societal questions when it comes to capitalism, or how wealth is distributed, or why artists earn less than coders. That's a different question, and you can't just draw a straight line from one to the other.
I see you nodding, Marion. You're agreeing?
I think it's important to give these tools the spaces within your company. May it be a mid-sized company in Germany who uses it for onboarding, right? To onboard your new staff, to make your huge existing RPG world more accessible through maybe a chatbot or like a collection of data that can be easily accessed. You need to give the creatives in your company the space to explore. And however that looks, it may be very different for a huge company and a company with only 3 people. And I think still the huge companies have a disadvantage because they have established processes that they are very unwilling to change, in my experience. And they have, for 20 years we did it this way, and now we use AI the exact same way. And it doesn't work that way. And they will go back to hiring concept artists because it's not working out the way they're looking for, I think. Hope, maybe. There's a lot of hope in that answer. But yeah, the smaller studios are more adaptable and maybe have also the creative freedom to implement these LLM tools in a way that is more effective than just efficiency.
Yeah. I think it's also an interesting time for like young artists, people who start to educate themselves in this field. Marion, how can young artists best learn to use AI as a creative tool? Are there specific skills they need or will need? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a question I ask myself, of course, every day, because my students ask me, like, what can they do? We had at the university, 2 years ago, we had a meeting where we discussed how we can teach how students can use Midjourney and ChatGPT, and I was like, what's there to teach? It's so easy. They can already draw. Like there's nothing to learn. So just let them play with it. So from this side, there's not a lot to teach. Just they have a natural curiosity. Game art students, game design students, and they will find out very quickly. But what I would say is, what's really important if you want to use generative AI, especially like the image generators and the text generators, is the same answer as always, is fundamentals, right? You need to know your fundamentals about how a game is made, how a character is designed, what makes a creature a good creature. The real basic fundamentals in drawing for artists, in mechanics for game designers, to curate the output that comes, to understand if what the slot machine gives you, text or the image slot machine or whatever, if that is okay for you to keep working with, or if it doesn't make sense, right? And it's getting better and better, but still you have to curate the outcome. You have to really think about, does it fit into my game world? Does it evoke the emotion I want to evoke? Because the machine until now cannot imitate these curative processes. So I would say the fundamentals, still 10 years ago, same answer, today, same answer. Yeah.
You would agree to that, Thomas?
I'm a big, what's the word? I really like to focus on the fundamentals. So
yeah.
I studied design, and then I studied human factors, and there is a difference, and the reason why I wanted to study human factors. The design studies did have some aspects of the person and the user, whatever, function, form follows function, and so on. But it is still often a very visually oriented study and a crafts-oriented study, meaning you can execute how to draw a nice circle, let's say it like this. You know about composition and so on. But I think the key here is to go a bit more fundamental to understand human psychology and technology, and then find the right way to connect those two. And a lot of those things come back to psychology, and I think using those AI tools, you especially have to know what their limitations are and understand it, not just some hearsay or what it. You have to understand what this technology does and why I get a certain outcome and what I can do to it to then make it fit with the user, with the human on the other side, and what triggers emotion. That's why I'm not so pessimistic in terms of replacing artists with AI. I don't think that's just going to happen. I think some bad artists or some routine jobs, like I mentioned earlier, the rotoscoping in the movie industry, no one really wants to do that job anyway. So, or no one wants to design the 500th stone that's laying behind the hut in the AAA game. No one wants to do that job, you know. So the creative process is still there with the current AI that we have, I think, absolutely. And you can already see this by the way that we interact with AI. So you get 4 pictures and you pick one, or you say they're all crap. And that's more of the creative process and the way you input than what the AI does there. You know, the AI gives you a couple of pretty pictures, but really you're selecting what appeals to you, what appeals to your audience, and what you will do with that as a next step. So this critical eye from a human perspective is something that the AI doesn't have. It can replicate it to some point, and that, sorry, I don't want to go too far away, but I think a very important, circling back to psychology, a very important heuristics. Like it's a different kind of heuristic than the purely statistical mathematical that's used in data science. But we we interpret the world constantly. We interpret the system of a game constantly. We have certain misconceptions. We have certain shortcuts to come to a conclusion in the way our brains work. And AI has been, to a certain extent, good at emulating some of those shortcomings, and that's why it sometimes even feels creative to us, because it kind of replicates our faults. So one of the big downsides of AI is that it's wrong a lot. But that's the reason why it can feel creative on the other side as well. It's so wrong at some points that something feels refreshingly new. And so in that kind of sense, it replicates human behavior and human skills. But it's still the human in the creative process of putting it together that says, okay, this is actually the right thing that you did, and this is the wrong thing that you do.
Yeah, and I really like this kind of approach. I think people still struggle with, oh, it's not like really handmade by me. I did not code this stone, and that's why it's not made by me. But if we see it from this point of view as a curator, with all the knowledge that I have, this could be a more positive view on that one. Mathis, I saw you having a reaction, raising the microphone. Did you want to add something to that?
Only if we have time for that.
Sure.
Yeah. I think you're really on point. I think the question, we're sometimes very quick to say this and that job title is now obsolete, when we forget to look at what are the actual steps in that job title. What is actually being targeted here, or what is actually being replaced, made redundant, or made at least replaceable with AI tools. And I feel like a lot of times, like the sentiment that we hear from developers is that what is being replaced is again the early stage of creating something, of trying something out. If we think of like a really, really classical example of how freelance graphic design works, it's usually you get an idea, you get a brief, and then you create 3 examples of what it could look like, and then somebody chooses that. And it's exactly what we're doing, right? Exactly that part of the process. But then ultimately the creation of the final artwork, the working with that first draft, that is still not really replaceable at this moment. And I think that's really crucial. And I think the interesting question that we can ask ourselves is, what is the actual scary part here? Because I think the scary part is not that the tools are going to replace something, but that human-made decisions inside companies, especially on the leadership level, will will make it feel like that creative process that comes after the drafting is less important, or will deprioritize that process, so that maybe like dystopian future CEOs in big companies now say like, okay, it's more profitable to churn out really shitty looking games with really bad game design on average, so we're only going to do that. And we're not going to even focus on making the good and beautiful indie titles, or the good and beautiful narrative titles, even AAA titles, because those a generative AI cannot do. But the business models that we are currently living in may incentivize games that are largely, built by AI construction. So maybe the really provocative question is, can AI tools exist healthily in a very capitalist ecosystem?
Can they?
Well, I'm like, what, 31-year-old? I cannot answer that question.
Yeah, and that's something to find out. Time will tell. Maybe it's that easy of an answer. In terms of also future knowledge, maybe this is a question for the two of you, Marion and Mathis. What new skills or mindsets should developers adopt to prepare for also, long-term changes that AI will bring to the gaming industry? Maybe you want to start, Marion.
I was still thinking about what to say. So I talked before about the loss of control. So we as artists, we have a very tight grip on what we produce, and we think very hard about the intention. We're very intentional if we're good artists with what we design. So I feel like giving up a little bit of that control. I have personal experience because we did a prototype game called Sanatorium with AI, and there was a bottleneck that was, of course, the artist, me, and our prototype programmer slash game designer who wanted to quickly develop, and we used AI art in all parts, and AI, also ChatGPT, in all parts, just to see what it can do, right? No non-profit, like we didn't release it, and just to see what it can do as a research project, which was funded by our university. And I of course was excited to feed it my 2D animations and tell it, now make a walk cycle. And of course it didn't do that. Like it couldn't, because I did not have the data, as you said. Like I would have had to animate by hand thousands and thousands of images, which I almost did. So there was still the bottleneck, right? But the antagonist I designed with Midjourney, and I just gave up control. I was like, okay, I will submit myself to the process and just, like I said, pull the slot machine and put into what I knew about her. She's called Auri, and she's completely different than all the other characters. She looks different, and she can be like a how do you say, she can stand up. And I still had to draw her animation by hand, of course. The machine did not do it for me, no matter how much I begged. But her design process was really inspiring because I designed her in a way that I never would have. I never in a million years would have thought for her to look that way. I will show you right now. But so that was really inspiring for me. And I have worked on a game in a long time, so that was really refreshing, and it was kind of exciting. I'm not sure how many artists I harmed in the process, you know, because this was based on the work of other people. And how can I be sure that my Auri isn't stolen from some other artist? I cannot be 100% sure. That was what haunts me. Yeah. But I had kind of fun, and I still had to do hand animation, and I love it. Like I love drawing frame by frame by frame. But yeah, maybe someday a robot will do it for me. Yeah, but also I wanted to add on what Marta said before with the change in the industry. One important thing is the invisibility of artists we already have right now. Yeah? We are hidden in the credits. Nobody ever knows we work on a game. And it only increases with the use of this technology, because now it's one step removed, right? Why does every single Midjourney image look like a painting by Mark Simonetti? Because his images have the most weight in the Midjourney machine, you know? So, but I met Mark, and he doesn't like that, but nobody asked him, you know? And these people are super invisible. Or the guy who invented the outlines in Spider-Verse, Alberto Mielgo, do you know him? No. I mean, maybe, maybe you do. He won an Oscar, so he's fine. He's good. He's okay. He's a Spanish dude. More people than him were involved in the process, of course. But harms even those artists that are so famous in our space. And even they get even more invisible than they already are. So it's really this dichotomy of even younger artists who will probably never have the chance to be this famous. I don't know. What do you think?
We're getting back to that tricky topic.
Yes.
I think it's always difficult to just throw it in a blender and just come to an easy conclusion. You know, like the technology that we're talking about, Gen AI, has nothing in the first place. You know, as a technology, has nothing to do with exploiting the works of other artists. You could do it exactly with everyone giving consent. And the real problem I see, which this might even emphasize even more, the real problem is like 80% of the games that we've played before Gen AI was also outsourced art companies. You know, like it's not like it's already, like you said, it's already in the what I mentioned before. Artists are often paid the least in this process, and they're even viewed as less important, the one that actually creates the art asset. You still want the, you know, the designer, the creative director, the art director, whoever. Management sees those people as important, but not so important the people who execute that. And you can't make that argument that, you know, not everyone of 1,000 people can have the full creative impact on that's why I left the movie industry after a while, because I did special effects and, for example, I worked on 2 movies. One is Sophie Scholl, Die letzten Tage, and the other one is Erkan und Stefan 3. So I probably had about 0 creative impact on either of the movies.
Yeah.
For Erkan und Stefan 3, I animated one of them spitting in the wind and the spit flying back and
that sounds fun.
Caught on the tooth. I don't know if that's my most artistic work, you know. I don't know.
Yeah.
For Sophie Scholl, I created a matte painting of where the leaflets in the end, and I created a matte painting. But I used a lot of photos and just meshed them up, and it's half Munich, half not Munich. You know, I don't know if that was a very creative process, and certainly neither of that work had any impact on one winning an Oscar and the other one not, or nominated for an Oscar, didn't win an Oscar. Yeah, I was a small cog in the wheel of the machine of creating these big movies. And I think that's always true. We have these big productions, we have those small productions, we have more artistic impact, we have less artistic impact. The real problem, again, is how some of those systems, economics work, and how certain things are more valued than other values, and the wealth that's being generated is distributed unfairly. That's the real problem. Not so much the technology, but I do agree that this technology can make it worse. I just don't think the solution is pointing the finger at the technology, but trying to solve other problems is the solution to artists not doing so well.
I see a reaction there, Matthias.
No, I think I agree. I think you're just dancing around the like what I said, it's that like it's human problems, like it's human-made problems, problems about humans in companies, in the industry, in the technology space, right? We're not faulting the technology itself. The technology is neither evil nor good. It's not either of that. Neither are humans, by the way. But like humans can cause like the troubles that we have now. And I think I want to encourage, if we're asking, going back to your question of like what are the skills that we need to learn, I think it's human skills. It's not necessarily technological skills. It's skills about like finding a voice, right? In Futures and Foresight, there's in games, by the way, there's this fantastic woman, Jane McGonigal. Maybe some of you know her. She created this term, urgent optimism. And I think that's really what we need right now, because urgent optimism on the one hand means we're looking hopefully into the future, we're seeing the potential of tools, like of technologically driven tools for us, and we're kind of enhancing that and enabling that. But the urgency part of of urgent optimism also implies that we want a say, we want a voice at the table, we want to be in the room where it happened. I loved the Hamilton quote earlier. And I think that's ultimately the skill that we need to develop a bit more as an industry, and especially if we're talking about indie developers, to advocate more for a place at the table and to advocate more for a voice in how we shape the technology. As artists, but also as developers, as business leads, as CEOs of small companies, just to get more of a say at the table, to organize more, to find more synergies amongst each other and make that happen in the AI space, because ultimately we can steer that as well, right? That's the kind of I think the message that I have for this.
Yeah, thanks for that. We're almost at the end. Time flies, guys. Is there any question from the audience for our panelists? No? Okay. Then I'd like to close the session for a last question for each and every one of you. Maybe a little bit of a short answer would be fine to just stay in time. Okay, so just looking forward, what do you believe is the most important consideration for the gaming industry as it continues to adapt and integrate AI, whether it's technical, ethical, cultural aspect? What should be top of the mind, just to sum up the details that you just shared with us? Thomas, let's start with you.
From what perspective? But let's see. I would say for the bigger companies, it's put more focus and embrace the creative people rather than the numbers counters. Because they, in the end, for your product, probably make a much bigger impact for your success, and that's all often overlooked.
I would say don't force anybody to implement a certain way of using AI. Like many companies say, okay, now use ChatGPT for this and that task, and I feel like we as creatives, we like the freedom to pick and choose which tools we need. So giving them the space and time, paid time to explore these tools and find out how they work can really benefit the whole company.
I think from my end, the most important thing to keep in mind would be that AI is not, or artificial intelligence is not a technology in the traditional sense. I think we should view AI similar how you would view the internet, as a space and as an innovation, right, for us. And both in terms of its gravity and in terms of its meaning for how it'll shape the world, but also in terms of how much of a space for co-creation it is, and how much we ourselves have a space to co-create that.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you for being part of our last panel, our last Let's Play for today. This is your applause, guys. All right, we have come to an end. Yeah, and what is happening at the end? Yeah, we're saying thank you. Thank you all for joining us today, for listening to our keynotes, our panels. I think we've explored a wide range of perspectives from creative potential, but also ethical considerations. As we look forward, let's just keep these discussions alive. Keep communicating, keep discussing, and also let's continue shaping a thoughtful, innovative, and also inclusive future for AI and games. Yeah. Utopia. Yeah, but it's not only my take to say thank you for today, so I want to bring two lovely people here on stage to say thank you. Let's head over to Melanie Fussenegger, Project Lead at Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur, and Marina Riedel, Project Lead at Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur.
Hello everyone, so as Steph introduced, I'm Melanie Fussenegger, this is my colleague Marina Riedel, and we are both the project leads at the Foundation for Digital Games Culture, or for the German-speaking ones, Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur. And together we curated and organized the program that you saw here today on the stage under the title AI Utopia and Dystopia, How Artificial Intelligence and Games Are Shaping Futures. And we very much hope that you enjoyed the program and that you were able to take away some valuable insights about games and AI.
Does this work? Yeah, it also works. In the double keynote AI in game development now and then, we were able to gain insights into the current interplay between game development and AI, and also understood the historical context from which this interplay has grown. With Does My Artificial Work Buddy Violate Copyrights, Creative AI and Copyright Risks? Such a short title. Thank you, Kai Bodensieck and Igor, for that. We were given an overview of the legal situation regarding the use of creative AI, and in our panel, AI in Game Culture, Exploring Opportunities and Risks, we brought together voices from politics, from youth protection, from science, civil society, and game development to discuss the risks and opportunities of AI in gaming and beyond.
And after that, in Cyberpunk 2077, we were able to see how digital games can be used to tell dystopian visions of the future, and how these are already reflected in reality, in part or in full. Tacoma took us on a futuristic journey of discovery that, following the solarpunk tradition, paints a more utopian picture of AI and humans living together. And finally, just now we saw and uncovered a smoking gun, how AI is already being used sensibly in game development, and discussed what other uses will be possible now and in the future.
So finally, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all those who joined us in making this conference possible and discuss the different aspects of gaming and AI. And we'd like to thank, first of all, our speakers who filled today's event with exciting contributions and perspectives, as well as our moderator, Stephanie Lange, who made an amazing moderation. And also for the excellent collaboration. It was really a pleasure to work with you. We would also like to thank the students from BIM University, Mila and Eric. They've been recording all day. Thank you so much for that. And also we would like to thank our photographer, Julian Merkel, who has been accompanying this event the whole day and taking photos for us.
Yes, and we would also extend a special thank you to the Medienboard Berlin-Brandenburg, who sponsored today's conference, and especially Amanda Furch, who also opened the event this morning. She was always open to our questions and made it possible for us to do this event together with Gamesground here today. And of course, that leads us to the organizers of Gamesground, who we also want to thank very much for helping us with the location, obviously, but also with the technology. And the preparation and planning, in particular, there we would like to thank Fernanda Pagani, Arjuna AJ-Saf, and Nico Berge for their excellent and close cooperation.
And we're not done yet with the thank yous, but almost promised. We would like to thank all those who actively supported the realization of the conference. Our heartfelt thanks goes to our team, our colleagues from Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur. Thank you so much for the support today, but also over the last weeks, months, better said. And with that said,
goodbye and have a great time at the Gamesground Festival.
Exactly. Say that together.
Sorry.
Goodbye.